Righty. What's up, everybody? How we doing tonight? Okay. The the doggy camera is turned on. I mean, the redeem is turned on. So you can use it. Someone's got to redeem it. It doesn't just turn on magically. This isn't a charity. You have to save. You're gonna have to start peddling your needs onto other people then. I don't know what to tell you. Tough life. Okay, what have we done since last week? Not an insane amount. A lot of cleaning up on things. My water's coming back. As always. Caved. Stupid. That's the game. You're just mad because you spent points the first go around. Why do you have to pay for it? I don't know. That's what everyone does. Technically, the points are free. You know? If Lude was here, you could convince him to do it or something. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, my dude. What's up? Build looking great. I also have many unexpected pawns. Yeah. I have a big... It's not really a pond. I don't know what to call this thing. It just kind of is like perpetually filling with water. Just slightly. Welcome in, by the way. I have no clue. I put drains down. I can't get this to like stop. Like half the time there's no water showing and half the time there is water showing. Yeah, I can't figure out where it's coming from. I've tried everything. I don't even have half the water running right now either. Like these, I thought it was these, but not these. This guy's a drain in it. Like, I have no clue. Couldn't tell you. I don't know what that bug is, Ducky. But yeah, so I did a little bit of building off stream, just kind of messing with this idea. I'm not sure I'm any closer to an actual design I like necessarily, but we built some things and some stuff. I also finally organized or semi-organized my chests, so that felt good. It was a project that needed to get done. They're out of my way, at least, for the moment being. So, that was an improvement. Nothing really on the build side, though, other than this, of course, but I don't really... Just not, like, loving it yet. Not quite there. I don't know. I can't tell if I want to do, like, vertical stuff or something like this, like, symmetry of the two. It'd be interesting. The hard part is, like, I want to input... Let's see. The, crypt fences in these locations. Sort of over... be in slightly more. Like... that sort of location, so the white block doesn't quite show up as much. But it's a tough balance, like, carving away enough that the white block is still there, that the gray block is still there, and that the white block, or the luminescent white block in the back also still shows up a little bit. And I'm also definitely struggling just a hair with the voxels. It's kind of the struggle at the moment. And like how I want to do this. Ah, that makes sense. Haven't messed with it. We're on Enshrouded time now. We're gonna mess with some things on this tonight. I think we might move up to the cathedral a little bit. I have a rough idea of something I kind of want to start testing out for that. But things are interesting. One of those I'm like in. I have so many ideas going right now. I can't really decide on which ones I want to do, what looks good and what doesn't. It's definitely a little bit of a struggle. Not a horrible problem to have, but the triple layer block sort of thing I have going on is like interesting, but it's definitely a little bit of a challenge to get it to look the way I want it to. Yeah, oftentimes just feels clunky. Horrible. That top piece just looks a little... Not sure if castle block is the right thing. The voxels on the castle block are like really interesting, but they're really hard to work with. It's a little inconsistent, feels like. You'd like invert the middle, do the opposite of what that could be kind of interesting. Need like 3 of these laid out so I can kind of like keep messing with these ideas. Also, a few people messing with this roof block, which kind of... Always get this like weird piece at the top though. Struggle. Symmetry in the facade is almost leading to a face effect. Yeah, a little bit. Or like butterfly wings or something. It's like, it's a tough balance to where it's not like an overwhelming amount of detail is what I'm struggling with right now. It's like these little spots don't really work. That's like too little of the white block showing through. Same with that. This is about right. That's like, these are okay. It's like finding the pattern that really works is the kind of main struggle. And then also where you're not like screwing up the whole visual effect. But one thing I wanted to do, let's see. Technically I have to get rid of all of this. Let's see. Try something a little different on this side and see what happens. A little experiment here to see what happens. I like the idea that I have going on. The execution is currently where we're just lacking a little bit. With multiple layers, maybe each layer has varied colored light blocks. Yeah, I'm trying to... It's like the more lighting... I want the lighting to be pretty subtle. It's part of it. That's kind of the struggle. Which I really like the way... Let's see. The potential is there. More so, the execution itself has to be right. It's like, I really like the effect of these crypt fences and gates and stuff in the background. It lets just enough light through, sort of darkens things up, because I have a very like light and dark effect going on, similar to that crypt thing over the luminescent white block that I just was messing with. We're going to be doing some type of pattern type design like this as well on this this main castle. So everything you see white right now, like it's going to be a massive castle that will go first person back. Thank you. That goes all the way to the top block here. That's my current my build height limit at the moment. So like this tower is going to go all the way up there, and it's going to be using something like this. I'm not sure the exact pattern. Like I've been kind of just screwing around with this thing for a little while, trying to figure out exactly what we want to do, but some similar effect. And so I like the idea of this lower area not being like an exact copy paste, but it fits the vibe very similarly as like the aesthetic that I'm working on. So I like these kind of things, since this whole like staircase is leading to the castle, of course. So they want to read similar in design. They can't be like two totally different things, but I want them to be maybe a little different. I think this gives the right effect, but now it's like the actual carving portion of this is where I'm like, a little more difficult. One of those things. Once I see something and it starts working, I think we're going to be feeling pretty good. But it's a slow process to kind of test ideas over and over again. And I did see some cool designs with like roof blocks, which are kind of interesting. Little funky to mess with. Block. In the right location, the depth of plane works well. Yeah, I really like the concept of it, but now it's just like, how's it actually work? That block is played. Seen some interesting designs with this, but I'm not totally sure how everyone's doing it. Yeah. Creates some interesting elements. I haven't tested the whole roof block concept very much, so that's where it's a little more difficult. There's a lot of voxels that happen when you start building with these blocks, so I'm not sure. It could be cool, or it could be really not cool. Interesting. Get them built right. There's a lot of potential with these roof blocks, but sort of the trial and error portion of this whole design. This could be really interesting. Do really like something about that. What does that look like? Throw one of these in here. That's pretty interesting. Let's see. Key here is now like, how does this sort of work? The overall design, though, like multiple layers within this whole thing. Oh, Lord. Lord, help me now. Can't place blocks. Very interesting. Let's see. So much more difficult to place these roof blocks behind this whole thing. What's up, bud? Incoming 2-year-old. And a nice going on. Thank you, Joe. I mean, we have some ideas going on. I'm immediately slightly more drawn to the whole roof thing going on here. Really like something about this. I think what I'm enjoying is that the voxels are much less apparent, whereas here, like, these castle blocks just get these really weird things, which I feel like you could utilize this in a really interesting way, but what that way is, I don't know yet. There's definitely, like, because we're still trying to create this whole fountain effect that we've been messing with, but I don't know, I like something about this, but I also don't. Very, it's a tough design to mess with. Oops. Like, I want that voxel back. Wish I could keep that voxel. This? No. Gotta be that. What I have to do is here. What? Placed a terrain block, not a roof block. That's sort of an interesting, if it works, then it's like you almost have to hide this. What you placed looks like it has purpose versus the sporadic effect. Yeah. Yeah, this feels very... I mean, not that this was the final design. I was just kind of making shapes, but like this feels very haphazard and sporadic, as you said. It's like kind of the perfect way to do it. It just doesn't feel organized, whereas the roof block feels intentional. Much more intentional. The design with like the angles, I think, looks really clean too. I think there's a lot more potential with that. I kind of like the verticality of it too, because I think that's part of my issue with this design is it's kind of like more horizontal angled design, whereas the whole thing up here is going to be like all about verticality. So when you're looking from down here, I think this thing like feeling like it's almost a continuation, I think is going to be much more interesting. I could see this being a much cooler design as well on the actual castle itself. Like trying to do something like this, just I don't think it feasibly makes any sense on a massive tower. It's like one of those things, my brain is looking at this like, there's no way I can recreate this on a massive tower. Because the whole point... let's see. Is like this effect. So what I showed off earlier, being like some dark outlines, dark lower portions, and then this like massive lit tower sort of design. Obviously not going to be exactly like this, but concept-wise is there. And this is where I'm going to use the white luminescent block with the crypt gates and fences and stuff like over it. There's not going to be like a whole lot of pattern going on necessarily, but I think I'm much more like a little bit more organized vertical whole thing. I found this. This is what I've been using as a reference. Someone posted this on the Discord the other day for the Enshrouded Discord, and I was like, this looks really interesting. Like thinking of this design, but with the crypt fence behind it and the white luminescent blocks would look really interesting. And I think we could do something really cool with the tower as well. Just much more my personal style, I think. Which unfortunately means I think we just have to place roof blocks and start carving. Like, fill this whole dang thing up with roof blocks. So then we can start to make a more intentional decision on how this whole thing is designed. Makes me really wish that there was like a flat roof block design. Just a wall, not all these angled pieces. Quite unfortunate. I almost wish you could just use the standard block, like you pick this block and then you could switch between this block shape, but with terrain and roof pieces. That'd be game-changing. Because I often feel like I really need just a couple more terrain block options anyways. So, one can dream. But yeah, now I have to individually fill in this whole thing with roof blocks to do this, I think. To get it the way I want to do it. Test a little bit easier. Was talking about this on Chisel Stream the other day, the roof block piece. Or the, like, ability to place different shapes more easily with different materials. I mean, geez, Chisel Chip would have his base done. He'd have so many bases done if he'd had something easier to use than just single roof blocks like this. One of those things, like, it's going to be worth the effort in the long run, but a slow grind. Wish there was regular block shapes for roofs, yeah. And terrain. Like, I think all of them need these same options. Not even just roof blocks. Interesting how you can take a little triangle. Maybe that's how we do... Something like that kind of automatically solves this whole fountain issue, too. That could be a much easier solution. Even like that... Although I don't love the, like, green look here of the actual roof showing, I do like that that sort of already feels like it is a better solution for the fountain. It's got to have the fountain or else I'm not going to be happy. Not going to have the desired effect without that fountain. And I know I'm driving Joe absolutely insane right now, placing the blocks one by one. But we've committed. We're stuck now. Keep one block here, spacing-wise. That's the right. That will work. There. No. Decisions. Gotta make sure constantly that I'm not accidentally deleting parts of the stairs and stuff for this design. There's a lot of overlapping little things happening here. We all have to do one block at a time sometimes. Get a headache from people doing it all the time, though. Yeah, it's definitely not something I try to do on a regular basis, that's for sure. I'd lose my mind doing this. I don't know how people place just like this the whole time. A lot. We had to clean all this up anyways, so. The effect you get for the effort, though, will be worth it. In a year when this is done. So is the struggle. Almost done with my blacksmith's town store. Next is the furniture store. Nice. I feel like I'm so far away from that stuff. My NPCs are living a rough life. Fortunately for them, I think it was always kind of my plan to do the housing last. Seems to always be the way I work. Like, I do the really big stuff first, because that's where I have the most fun. And then it's like from there, finally get to the smaller things that I was always wanting to do. Doing like 3 layers of this also creates a thing. Interesting thing. Now the wall detail's coming along. Good. I messed with this, Alfredo. You missed what we were just talking about. But I messed with this side, and as Wazi said, it was exactly what I was feeling, is it's too sporadic. Like, the design just isn't... Now, this is not the final design, but I was just like trying to do shapes kind of like emanating from this like center pillar with the white, and then a little bit of space with the castle block and the white block behind that. And it just felt too sporadic. There was no rhyme or reason to it. I couldn't find like patterns that were making sense. It was creating these weird like small pieces. You have to have like big gaps where you've like chiseled this out. So if you end up with these, then you can't put the white blocks in the middle, so then you don't get the effect that I want. Naturally, we just covered up this whole thing. But the idea now is going to be more along the lines of something like this, with the same little blocks behind it. So, something more like that, but creating a little bit more verticality to it. This is going to match the design of the upper tower better anyways, because it's a very, very tall vertical tower, and so I was just like, it just didn't make sense doing one design down here where everything is like going off to the sides, and you have this like sunrise kind of effect going on, and like the rays kind of going out in an arch, where then you're going to look up at this tower, and it's going to be this like massive white crazy tower thing. And I'm like, they're going to like contradict each other too much. So using the roof block, the castle roof block instead of the castle block, allows us to create a little bit more interesting shapes, a little more rhyme and reason to the whole thing, which I think is going to work well. But you have to place all the castle roof blocks individually, because there's no like shape that works like this. So it's a much more tedious process, of course. Because why would I make life easy? I started big things, but then bounce back and forth to small things. If I get an inspiring idea, I have to get it started or I will forget it. Yeah, I definitely know that feeling. Can you move Timber's bed closer to the cam? We'll see. I hesitate moving him right now because I think he's just going to get up and leave if we're not careful. I feel like those styles of cutouts are going to look good. It will also complement the building window designs on the building to the right. Yeah, and I think these designs, since this was way before, this was the first thing I literally built in the game, this whole thing. And since we built this, we got full prop rotation. So I didn't mess with any prop rotation. We got way better windows. We got way better like prop pieces in general. And so this feels very outdated for what I really want. There's some elements that I like. Like I like using the flame mosaics for some of these inside details. I actually really like that they have the arrows now, because we can actually like start messing with that design a little bit. But I think we're gonna move more towards a little bit less of the polished granite and granite blocks, and a little bit more of the castle blocks, I think. So I think some of this design, because the idea was that this and the tower sort of had some cool overlapping elements, things that sort of they read as one, since they are in theory going to be like connected to one another through tunnels and stuff. So I think something with this castle block and these the roof block specifically is going to be interesting. I think it's going to make a more interesting design, because I can also use it up on this whole, like I was showing off. I can use it on the tower itself with interesting, like these are all roof blocks doing this. But I think we can have more fun, the overall tower design, if we make the lower portion like this as well. Continuity in design is never a bad thing. Yeah, that's what I always try to do, is every build in these mega builds, like, of course, like this is kind of a mega build. The Dwarven Fortress, kind of a mega build. The museum library thing that's going to be here, sort of its own mega build. And then there's going to be a massive town. I guess this isn't massive, but a large town within this whole thing. And I like every one of my builds to have visual elements that correlate to each other, but they're not just carbon copies of one another. I've been forming a new statue idea, but it's not fleshed out enough to start. Yeah. The statue's horrifying. It's probably the place I'm the worst at designing. Reformed statues are always... Reposted the bug where you got on your buggy and got flung to the ice cream cart. That was a good one, too. It's not as funny of a clip, though. I was looking at other clips we could potentially post, and I was like... Props on that clip, by the way, though, Ducky. That's like my fastest growing YouTube short I've ever had on the channel. There's so many views already somehow. Feels good. Channel needs more shorts like that from streams, so good stuff to have. Gonna ask what software you use for both chats to be merged, or do you have them both individually? I use StreamerBot. Streamer.bot. Like, why is this not connecting? Good to know the roof block and the castle block look very similar. The momentum clip, yeah, the way you said that was so calm. I know it worked. I wasn't even like trying to be funny. I just like made that comment so randomly. But that's what I think makes the clip overall, is like, I just was like, oh, momentum. Gotta love them. Do you stream, Tamsy? Is that why you're curious? I'm pretty sure there's a lot of different things you can use to combine chats, but I personally have really enjoyed the simplicity of StreamerBot. Very easy to use. Just sign in to both your accounts and you're pretty much done. It's too dark, I can't see. Gonna get Pro Streamlabs for multi-stream. Also, I don't use Streamlabs at all, so I don't know if you're like paying for it or anything, but I use Atom multi-stream, AITUM, and it is also really straightforward and easy to use. Things to compare it to are free. I haven't paid for any of it. Real easy download. Would probably mess with Streamlabs a little bit more, but this stuff works. Yeah, that's how I'm doing the chat overlay, is also through StreamerBot. I use their chat function to show both chats for myself when I'm just streaming in general, and then I just recently figured out that they had a little chat bot type thing for like a new experimental thing that they're using for over. It was going to be a paid thing. Yeah, if you're not interested in spending money, I would highly, highly suggest looking at Atom multi-stream combined specifically with StreamerBot. Because free is good. Unless for... I want free food, I want free everything. Especially early on in streaming, like I don't make enough money streaming to like pay for some of these services. Not crazy. Stuff costs. So I do like sort of central spine. Ouch. East for now. Timber, that bone stinks. Such an off-putting smell. Okay. So we definitely have to cover... Uh-oh. Yeah, I think something like that. Key is how we want to do this. Like a large on each side, or should we almost need to just listen. Get on it. Down on it. Well, it was working well when I didn't tear this whole thing apart. Should have thought of this a little bit better. Look, timber moved closer for you, Ducky. Didn't even have to do anything. Knew he wasn't going to stay on that bed for long. Why use a bed? Stay on the ground. Naturally, I didn't test this before stream. I would have done it off stream. But I guess that's the whole point of streaming, is so everyone gets to see the whole process. Free feet and bro said. I mean, bro. Can't really tell how big that is, Ducky. If I'm being honest with you. Not totally sure how to figure out the scale of that. To tell you if it should be bigger or smaller is all. Can't move out more with the handy net. Tis a struggle. I know, I don't really know why the handy net has that limit right now. Because in Grounded 1, there was no limit. Like, you could just go anywhere with it. Which, to me, and for creative purposes, like, it should just have unlimited range. Funnily enough, I was talking... Someone commented earlier on the Enshrouded Discord, like, I need a camera. I'm like, please, this game needs a camera for photos, images, like, it needs it for fly around footage, like, it needs it so bad. A building game without a proper camera is, like, my biggest issue with this game right now. Not that it's, like, a huge thing and it ruins it, but it's just one of those things, like, it feels like the game has to have to work. A universal quick sort, yeah, those two things, build camera and just hot deposit. Universal hot deposit are the biggest things that this needs right now. Which is great, because they're not major game mechanics, they're not super difficult to like fully implement into the game necessarily. It's not, could be much more difficult things to do than a camera. If they can do water, they can do a camera. Have confidence. Okay, those are the holes for the fountain. Yeah, it doesn't make sense not having some kind of mode. I feel like there is. No doubt the devs will add it, considering how much work they put in the building systems. Yeah, exactly. I'm not, like, I have faith that we're going to get something, but I'm feeling impatient. Especially right now while I'm trying to, like, make this pretty large-scale video on building for Enshrouded, and I'm like, I'm just working on the scripting and getting all that kind of properly figured out at the moment, but in terms of, like, the film and the recordings that I want to use with it, I'm just I'm struggling for how the heck I'm gonna get some of these shots, because I've used the Builder's Companion mod, and it works. The camera is fine enough, but I hate having to download mods to do recording and stuff. As like a content creator that really wants to promote this game, it feels really crappy not to be able to like make the content that I really want to make for it as easily. I think a lot of people would be making more content on this game if it had something like a build camera. So at least you can see and take decent footage in the game without having to download mods. I think it would make many more people more excited to build and make content and cool stuff for this game. Gives people the more opportunity to do it. Can't have a grindy game and not a hot deposit. Yeah, I think you can't have a game that has this many items and not have some type of easier system, because there's just too many items right now to try to keep track of without it. That is like half my struggle half the time, is like, what items do I have access to? Make your own mod and you don't have to download it. Yeah, the idea is that I don't want to use mods just to film half decent content. Especially in this day and age with like games that people are inevitably going to make content for. Just feels like one of those things that should be in the game early. And it doesn't have to be anything crazy. Like, Grounded's is enough. The photo mode with just enough range to do a little bit of fly around shots and stuff, like, that is enough to make good content. I've used a mod for some Grounded stuff before, and it's fine. But the photo mode does plenty for, I think, most people's. Guess you could build walkways in the air for panning shots and film in first person, but yeah, that's my struggle. Is I really like shots that, like, that's maybe a me thing, of course, but like shots that you like come out from one spot, then you kind of like do a curve and you're like changing the direction of the camera and stuff. Whereas like, sure, you could do something like this. Not easy to do without the HUD. But then you have to like hide the whole thing too. To like hope you don't fall off, and you have to like follow this thing properly. It's a really awkward way to like film things. It works, but yeah, not as easy as it should. Especially for a game like that has this good a building. Like, it has too good a building to not have an easy way to show off the builds. I know it wasn't necessarily their original intent to make the best building game we've ever played, but we're there. It is time. These are hard to play. Got the churning part bug and reloaded, and then 3 seconds later I got the bug again. Yeah. You have to move everything, and then what you have to do to stop that glitch is you have to re-rotate everything yourself. Reloading is what causes the issue in some way. Like, it's something about building and then entering your build like after you've saved. I don't know why what about it causes the rotation glitch, but essentially your only option is to rotate everything, and then usually one time rotating them makes it work, but I don't know. And you're right, it could add shadows doing the whole walkway thing. That's specifically why I deleted all the stuff I had out here, because it was just casting really weird shadows. It's making it not easy. What part of the bug, then? Yeah, that's what I was assuming. The rotation glitch. Come in and everything. Every quarter piece you've placed has somehow changed directions. Interesting details we could do too. I think using these blocks is going to be really design. Liking it. Pain. And I don't know what I've created for myself up in terms of the castle for doing this, but I don't know, maybe it'll be worth it. Gotta bounce East Coast here. Have a nice night. Sounds good. Thank you for stopping in. Great rest of your night. Dang West Coast time zone, man. Feels like the worst possible time zone to have. Everyone is just so late for everyone. Great for the people that just stay up really late, but not everyone does that. Water? One sec. I gotta get the dog water. Dine and down. That's not how this really. You go. Yeah, that, but it's when you can't turn it at some angles, then you reload it and it messes all. Timba. I see you, buddy. Lock in, Timber. You're in it for the long haul, my dude. Do something. It's like that in certain areas. So many opportunities. The mini Christmas tree just for timber? Sure. I don't really know what it was for. Just, we had an extra mini Christmas tree, and I was like, hey, so what if I use this in my office? And that's what we did. But we could say it's for timber. Works for me. Oh my god, so hard. These are the moments where I should just be turning voxels off, and I'm... Or voxel details, at least. Get these holes outlined so I know where I'm working with. Hi, Tim. Okay. Why do I do this to myself? Content. I create that effect. For the love of the game, yeah, apparently. Stream on the 25th, 26th, like a 10-minute stream, not a long one, and get timber bones and put them under the tree for him. I'm not going to be here. I got things to do. Places be. Welcome in 7 is above. Glad to hear you got the game. It's a lot of fun. I'm having a really, really good time with this game. Building mechanics are interesting. The game itself is, like, stunning. So good. One of the most fun games played in a while. What you said because my headphones died. You said I'm not gonna be here. I won't be near my computer. Is all I'm saying. Oh, dang it. You're in the camera this time, Tim. You're getting better. Had to put Grounded 2 down for a bit. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. As much as I love it, I just need a little bit more content at this moment. If we had all the build items, I would be playing right now. Without the main kind of core items that I like to use, that makes it different. The things that I want to. There's lots of cool things you can still do. Luckily for me, I'm not really having any of the glitches anyone's having at the moment, so I don't have a whole lot to complain about. Thought YouTube / streaming was your life. This is just a side thing. My rest of my life is my refurbishing the Goblin Tavern. Interesting. Seen a lot of cool projects with like people that holes through the side, so I know where the fountain is. They're the same, of course. Then. I wish streaming was like my... Trust me. This day and age, I would much rather be doing this than my job. You guys are way more fun. Line this up. Timber, you act like you just ran a marathon, dude. You went on a bone for 10 minutes. That's that line. Then just quit and make knife get more hours to pay you. Yeah, that's about the only way this would work for me. Wait, there is only... Let's just 5. Looks weird with 6. Yeah, I need a sugar daddy for stream if I'm going to be quitting my job anytime soon. Now, the only way to make it work. Best building game by far, especially with the added water update. Yeah, I had a lot of fun building in this game. There's something about the water that just makes it exponentially more fun for me all of a sudden. It was a good building game. It was a lot of fun. There's a lot of depth. The new blocks and all those things were really fun, but it's the water specifically is like added really fun element to this whole thing. Just all the waterfalls, jeez. And we got building we're messing with around here. Like they've been really fun. Kind of everywhere. Got all sorts of water. Couldn't help myself. I just went crazy when it came out. Good or bad idea? What if the water that comes from the wall actually looks like it's coming from that natural rock shape you have in the middle, and any excess water flows the sides right into the little pool areas? All right, what if the water comes from the wall actually looking like it's coming from that natural rock shape? Are you saying this, or are you saying this? Water comes from here and then, like, goes out each side or something? Could be interesting. I'm trying to think, like, how I would design that. Timber, stop hiding behind the tree. Yeah, so this. So, like, water coming, like, maybe from higher up and then hitting this and then, like, running off to each side. Be interesting. Originally, kind of the thought was that this water was running down and then into here and out, which I think visually still kind of does that. But we could have this portion coming down and running into there and get rid of this fountain. Or, I mean, we could do both if you want. I just kind of liked framing this with waterfalls on the sides. I thought that looked really nice. Tough to decide if I like... I kind of liked the effect of more of a fountain shape. Like, we have a lot of natural waterfalls that have just kind of been created. And so... I kind of liked the idea of the more man-made fountain as a way to kind of juxtapose the more natural stuff we have going on, but there's something interesting like that being water or something. You wouldn't see it a whole lot. I mean, you could bring it out a little bit and have like a little pool sitting here that runs off to the sides, but no. Interesting idea. I'd have to mess with it. Do you like the original? I just wanted to know, throw that out there too. No, I like seeing and hearing different perspectives for sure. Definitely not something I shrug off by any means. You guys see what I'm building from a slightly different perspective than I look at it myself, which is always, I think, a good thing in design. Oh, that's it. What did I do? Put some of these blocks away. There we go. You can see this actually works. Little. Majority of this here. Good to know that I can't have anything under this now, though, so... else it ruins the whole effect. Arg. Why is this all not removing now? We're all in place with full blocks. Bummer. Besides the airship. Can I get out of the water, please? Thank you. Okay. Noted. We have to remove all of that to really test this. The airship you looked at last night is like 1,000-ish parts. The new one, just with the base, is 1,000. I like it. Bigger is better. As I always. Mo bigger, mo better. The build gods want. Did not place these as single block. Something I did mess them up. I have this ridiculous song stuck in my head. Random dude who makes YouTube shorts. I guess he makes full content and songs and stuff, but the majority of his content, just goofy songs with ridiculous topics. One random song has been stuck in my head for hours to... and it's very fitting for... be here all week. Luckily, I can do the other side of this off stream. Been forever doing it, but I do kind of have to do this one side, right? Ain't gonna work. Do an airship battle with dummies manning everything and using those broken bridge techniques and some red lights to make it look like the ship's taking heavy damage. That would be really... double down on that storytelling a little bit more. Like it. Yes, I will look at Discord in a second. Somehow with 3 monitors, I don't have enough space to have Discord up all the time. I probably could. Try not to look at Discord very often, though. Oh. Reorganize real quick. Right. 1,000. Yeah. That is definitely more the scale we're looking. Especially if you want to do more base reviews and stuff. We definitely got to bump the scale of these things. One more layer. Time for a 4th monitor. Dude, I have no room. I already, like, because I have in front of me my main monitor that I'm playing on. Above that is another monitor for just reference images or like when we're doing the base tour nights like last night. I have my grading sheet to remind myself to stay focused. Then I have the Excel sheet for all the base review people that are going on that night, so I know who's going, who's up next and stuff. So it works really well, especially because I don't have to look at it very often. It's something I just like glance at. And then I have to my right, I have a vertical screen with chat and OBS on it. Have all your monitor width way or like two width? Yeah, two horizontal, one vertical. I like chat on my vertical monitor, and it works perfect with just OBS underneath it, so I can keep like stream stuff focused on one monitor. I know where everything is. Quick glance, I can check out if something's wrong. You slip Discord and something into like half to fix it? Yeah, I threw it up top, but I like looking. The part of it is I got the upper monitor specifically so I could look at my precedent image page and like my reference and like see. So I always have an idea of what I'm building. Makes it a lot easier while I'm streaming to like remember what I'm trying to do with something to look at. That's like, all right, this is the rough idea we're going for. Hardest part about streaming and building is like not getting distracted and still reading chat while building cool things. Whatever I can do to keep my mind focused. What's up, Grim? Welcome in. I'll know I'm old when we have streamers in VR managing like 8 different screens and just on camera with a headset on, right? Ugh. Makes me feel old even thinking about it. See how this runs out. Yeah, I'm always amazed at the people that are like doing VR and they've got chat on that and stuff. VR is really cool, but I get I get really bad motion sickness, so I can't really. There's a couple games that I can play, but not a whole lot. Got a big juicy bone, you got all your treats, you got everything. What's up, chap? How's it going, man? Welcome, welcome. Knew I was old when my knees were no longer the left and right, but the good and bad. Dude, I know that feeling. I tore my ACL though, so it was after you tear an ACL, you just always have a bad leg moving forward. It's always a bad one. Timber, you are so neat. Can you go relax? I'm gonna go lay downstairs if I let you out, which is pointless. That's boring, Timber. I'd have to delete the light blocks behind it so it looks a little better, but shape is right. It still does the same thing with the water for some reason, but that's kind of what we already did with. So. ACL, no thanks. Yeah, dude, I highly do not recommend tearing an ACL. It sucked. It was so miserable. I did it like... I had surgery when I tore my ACL like a year or so before I met my wife, and I was like... So I had like fully recovered. I was no longer in a brace. I was back to playing sports and stuff. And I was like, you would not have dated me while I was going through that surgery. It was such a like... It's just such a devastating injury, I feel like. Took me out of playing soccer and any athletic sports for an entire... Technically, it was longer than a year because I didn't get surgery right away because I was in the middle of a term. So I had to, like, let my leg completely heal while I was in class from the original injury. And then I had to, like, as soon as my leg was healed, because I tore it in a very bad way. It was catastrophic knee failure. Because I tore my ACL and my meniscus at the same time. So it was, like, the worst you could possibly do. And so it was just, like... But because I didn't have surgery right away, because I was in school, I was on crutches for like a month, and then was back to walking. Then I got back to like being able to do everyday things. But every once in a while, my leg would just give out randomly. Like my knee would just like, and then I'd fall down. And I was like, this sucks. And then you heal through it. So you just have a torn ACL, which is not like, you can live without an ACL. You don't need it. It's just holds your knee and gives it strength. But so it's like, it was such a weird thing because I recovered for 6-something months, then had surgery, then recovered for another year. And so it was almost 2 full years by the time I was like mentally able to do anything without freaking out. That was probably the harder part, is the mental side of it. Not fun. ACL didn't get affected. I know some people do an ACL and obliterate others too. I was lucky that it was just the ACL and the meniscus, I guess. And if we're talking lucky. Torn my meniscus twice, but never my ACL. Yeah, I would happily just tear my meniscus again. Be much better. And I also opted for, instead of the hamstring graft, I went with the patella tendon, which is a stronger long-term option, but a longer recovery because of it. And so that also made my recovery even longer as well. I know a lot of people that get back up and moving, but I had a friend in high school tear his ACL, use the hamstring to fix it, and then tore it again, and then tore his other ACL. And I'm like, nope, hard pass. I'm going with the sure thing here. I have no interest doing this all over again. Like my nightmare. Never want to do it again. Do not recommend. Which is funny though, because my mom and my dad have both torn their ACLs too. So it just runs in the family apparently. Got weak knees. Yeah, always something else. I remember seeing a tall kid in high school injure his knee while playing softball. I remember seeing his kneecap all the way to the side. Ugh, yeah, nasty. Luckily for me, like, the way it tore, like, when I went to the emergency room, the doctor looked at my leg and he's like, what were you doing? Like, this looks like the ACL injuries that I see from, because I was at the U of O, University of Oregon. And he's like, your knee looks like you were playing in the game yesterday, like the other day. Like, this is the type of injury I see from our football players from, like, high contact sports. And he's like, it looks like someone, like, cleaned your leg out from under you. Because it was, like, so swollen. Like, it just was, like, really bad. And all it was, I ran down the field in a soccer game. Someone kicked the ball all the way to our 18-yard box, so I ran down the field because I played center defense the majority of my soccer career, and was just sprinting, got the ball, took like a step to go back up the field, and I went this way and my knee went the other way. And my buddy, not to be like graphic or anything, but my buddy on the opposing team's 18-yard box, so 80-something yards away from me, was like, I heard it. Like, I heard it pop, dude. From 80 yards away. And I was like, yeah, I knew I was done. I was cooked. Even the ref, because it was just like a rec game. Like, it wasn't even anything cool. I wasn't even like playing on the club team or anything. I was just in the spring, playing on a buddy's team for fun. In a men's and women's like rec league. And catastrophic failure. So sad. Actually, this over. Good times. Good times. What you were gonna say, which is funny though, because my mom and dad do recommend it. Yeah, definitely not. My dad finally had knee replacement surgery last year. He was living without an ACL for 5 years or something. I was like, dude, how are you skiing 100 days a year with no ACL right now? Like, you're absolutely insane. He just always wore his massive brace, and I'm like, that brace was the worst thing I ever had to wear. Take crutches over wearing the stupid brace I had to wear for a year. At a football game in my sister's school, and a guy got tackled in his foot. Yeah, ugh. I'm so bad with those graphic things. Such a wimp. He's weak, mom spaghetti, right? Vomited on the sweater already. Does not actually sound like a good time, right? Pretty much wore an ankle brace my entire soccer career after rolling it so many times. I'm surprised. I was actually pretty lucky to not. I definitely have rolled my ankle enough, but never horrible. It does pop. It just constantly cracks, though. I definitely rolled my ankle quite a few times. Never a very fun time. Good old soccer, though. I broke my collarbone, too, playing. That one was also not very fun. Don't recommend. Organize. Nothing wimping about wanting to see mangled bodies. Yeah. Not wanting to. Yeah. How'd you do your collarbone? Was it a shoulder check or coming down hard? Honestly, it was both. Let's see. It was the summer before my freshman year of high school. I was playing classic soccer. And we were facing this team, and like everyone in my age group was like 5'5" or shorter. I was like 5'2". I was super small, very little dude. And this dude on the other team looked like a frickin' ape. Like, the dude was so big for essentially an 8th grader, about to be a freshman. The dude was massive. Like, there's no way. He should have been a frickin' linebacker in football. Like, there's no reason he should have been playing soccer. He was not good. He just was like the enforcer, I guess, was the only thing I could describe him as. And we're like, he was pissed off because I was way faster than he was. And I made a move around him, and he just full sprinted. Like, I'm moving down. He just came in, checked me in the shoulder, and I just like launched like 5 feet because he just completely tackled me. No intention for the ball, literally nothing. He got a red card and got kicked out of the game because it was such a horrible tackle. And so he shoulder checked me, and then I landed on my left shoulder, and just instantly I like tried to stand up, and I was like, ooh, oh, and the coach just looks at me. He's like, go down, like, go down. The fact that I'm not the person in a soccer game. Like, if I get hurt, I keep going whenever I can. Like, I was never going to stop. And my coach is like, go down now. You're not good. Like, we'll be fine, but obviously you cannot play right now. I was like, man, such a bummer. And so I ended up laying on the side of the field because I was like, I'm not missing this game. Like, I'm watching us. This dude just destroyed my shoulder. I'm watching us completely ruin these guys. No questions about it. And so we ended up winning, like, I don't know, 6-1 or something. Like, absolutely destroyed the team. But yeah, collarbones are not fun. That was another crappy, really crappy injury. Used to do wrestling and boxing. Never seen an injury there. Team sports are more dangerous. Yeah, definitely. Wrestling was tough, and I got some concussions, but no breaks. Yeah, concussions are their own problem. I don't know which one I'd rather have. Like, my injuries now are, like, fully healed. Like, there's no issues. I have no problems with my knee other than it gets sore. But outside of that, it's pretty much fine. I can't really complain about it. Emperor over here. Lay down. Lay down. Relax. Breathe, dude. Yeah, straight red, exactly. Might have been slow in the head and signed up for football, not realizing what it was. Yeah, you couldn't have caught me dead. I would have been a kicker. I'm actually really disappointed that I didn't try out as a... So much. I'm pretty disappointed that when I was in college, that I didn't try to walk on as a football kicker, because I could kick the ball really well. I did a lot of placement kicks for soccer, on the defensive side at least, like kicking it up the field for set plays and stuff. But I always was like, our kickers were horrific at the University of Oregon when I was there. We had some of the worst kickers in the history of the game. And I was like, dude, I would have 100% walked onto that team. I was a decent enough kicker. I definitely could have walked on and done a better job than our kicker did. But for some reason, I didn't. I don't know why. Me and a couple of my buddies are also, like, we're the same thing. We're all like, why didn't we? What were we thinking? Would have been the easiest way to get on the football team and just, like, get a bunch of free, cool Nike stuff. This is where I haven't thought through this. I have no clue what I'm doing. I'm just kind of messing around right now. Stand back real quick, see what we're doing. It's a frustrating way to get injured. Yeah, definitely not fun. Yeah, no one's chatting on YouTube. From my experience, YouTube is lurker's paradise. Like, everyone that watches on YouTube just wants to, like, watch and do other things. So, oh, good, works for me. Came in wanting to play Hurricane footy and you suffered. Seriously. Although one of my buddies, who was sort of much smaller than this guy at that point in time, but I would consider the guy you didn't want to piss off on our team because he would just take people out. Like, if you took someone on our team out, he was going to take you out. Like, that was just his thing. And he got that guy real good. Right after he hit me, he just, like, knocked him on his ass. It was funny. Back issues are the worst. I don't recommend that. I guess I forgot about that as well. I did another really annoying one, but I was playing in like a 3v3 soccer tournament with some of my friends from high school, and I jumped for a header, and when I landed from the header, just like collapsed to the ground. Like, my back just gave up on life. And ever since then, my back has not been great. It's not fun. So, like, sitting in a chair like I do all day is probably the wrong thing for me. But, yes. That one's higher. Can't go that far. Oh. Yeah, and every once in a while, my back will go out, and it's like catastrophic failure. I'll be out for 2 weeks. Just like not able to move hardly at all. Bad back issues. Was trying to do a backflip for the first time. Got it, then tried to do it again and slipped and slapped my back. But I was fine, just hurt for like 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah, mine's like chronic. If I'm not really careful with my back, I can do serious. I've had like times where I'm like, I go to set my son down and I'll just like crumple to the ground. Nothing more embarrassing. Literally nothing more embarrassing than like, what just happened? Like, are you okay? Like, no, I'm not okay. I physically cannot stand up right now. So, and this is where I'm going to be for the next week, laying on the ground. An old age football. Is a gentleman's game for ruffians, and rugby is rough game for gentlemen. Can't remember who said it, but I see a pattern. Yeah. Yeah, football. Football. I get it. Honestly, though, there's a lot. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've been playing, like, indoor soccer and stuff, and, like, just being good at soccer. I'm not, like, trying to say I'm amazing or anything, but I was a solid player. And just going to those events, like a random futsal night, being good automatically makes you like the target for the people who are horrible at the game, and all they want to do is hurt you. They have no intentions to like play the game. They just want to like hurt people, and it is incredibly frustrating to just get attacked because someone's bad and they can't handle it. Like, heaven forbid you get good at the game. Gone my back out a few times sparring. It's hilariously annoying. I don't know if I'd say it's hilariously annoying, but it's annoying. It feels absolutely pathetic is the worst part about it, I think. Like, it's just one of those things, like, everyone expects you to be a 60, 70-year-old man, and I'm like a 33-year-old that's got back problems. Nothing worse. Luckily, my brother-in-law has a really bad back, too, so I have someone to struggle with. He knows the pain. Okay, that. Hey. Dang it. To like keep, this is why I need a build camera, so I don't have to remove and place these things constantly to see what I'm doing. I want to be able to fly, place a couple things, run backwards, see what I don't like, see what I do like. Can't have back issues at 14. I hope not, right? 27, that's why it's hilariously annoying. I'm supposed to be young. You're too young for that. Yeah, I know the feeling. 33, not that much different. Well, you turn 33 and everything starts hurting. Or you turn 30 and everything starts hurting immediately. Did I play in college? No. The U of O didn't have a soccer team. They had a club soccer team, but by the time, which realistically the club soccer team was just a club for friends that played soccer, so you really had to be like in with the guys that the captain essentially, or you had to know someone on the team. And naturally, I was going to try out the year that I tore my ACL because I, through one of my good friends from high school, met a guy that was on the team, and he was like, dude, you'll get on the team 100%. Like, I got you. And so I was like, oh, this will be really fun. Like, it's not college soccer, but club soccer in college would have been a really fun time. And unfortunately, tore my ACL and then transferred schools after that year anyway, so there was no chance. I did get offered to come. It would have been like a walk-on position at Montana State. Yeah, Montana State, because they had a really good architecture program that I was really highly considering, and when I had reached out, they were like, "Yeah, you could. We've seen your stuff. You could walk onto this team." I wouldn't necessarily be like a starter at that point, but decided against paying out of state tuition. My brain is struggling. There's interesting parts here that I really like, but my brain is also struggling with how I want to tie these fountains at the whole thing. I like this, but it feels like it needs more of the white block. Like, cover this. Looking back, I wish I wouldn't be where I am now. Life would be totally different. It's pretty easy to say, but I think going back, I probably would have preferably gone to Montana State and played soccer, and could have tried out for the ski team. I could have done a lot of really fun things. Progressively smaller each step. Hate it. Digging the new wall design so far. Yeah, there's more potential here. I think the organization of it looks a lot better. But now it's like, what is the pattern? It's going to be much more vertical overall, so I think that's kind of where I'm stuck a little bit. This is where I really like doing these type of builds, but with these like symmetrical type designs, because now I can look at this and then just do something totally different on this side, and then it's so much easier to compare what I like, what I don't like, what's working, what's not. Makes it so much easier to kind of get ideas, work through the struggle of design in general, kind of mock up multiple ideas. Definitely trial and error, though. Yeah, my brain is really struggling with how the heck I want to organize. Could bring this one. Could bring this down further. Make this one stop maybe here or something. Could come down on that side, and then maybe another one on this side. Wish it would just... take a day. I'm digging it a lot more. I'm much more excited about the design now than I was earlier. We're looking at the other side, so we're heading in the right direction at least. Finally down and relaxed. What if you remove the pillar in the middle and turn it into a wider window to kind of mirror the design did in... You built a kitchen at all? If so, I'd like to see how you did it when you get a chance. I have not built it. You want to see kind of what we've done? We have our Dwarven Fortress entrance. We have our kind of forge area here. This is just my junk area where I've tossed all the machinery and the stuff you need. And then, of course, my prison for the NPCs. Everyone's got to have a prison for their NPCs. Then over here, we still have a ton of work to do. This is kind of where all this island thing is being ripped out of the ground. So we have a lot of terraforming to figure out how this is going to work. This eventually is going to be sort of a treasure room. That's why I've been messing with these like random treasure type looking things. Of course, they added the gold. Now it looks perfect. So we'll be using the crap out of this at some point. But there'll be a treasure room underneath the cathedral that is like half ripped out of the ground. So there'll be like treasure falling out of it and stuff. I think they look pretty cool. And then we have the upstairs space. Not 100% sure what we're doing with this quite yet. I think it's just going to look like a really cool big room. just for fun. Nothing too insane. Just cool stuff for cool stuff. And then the only other things we've done are the storage room for all the blocks. All the terrain blocks, the roof blocks, actual building blocks. And then the upper area is where I'm storing all of the props and the materials and all that stuff. We just have a little thing that goes back into this main room. Still all kind of a work in progress. And then the armory down below, underneath the whole thing. So I have, except for the new armors, of course, from the newest updates, I have every single armor piece in here currently shown off. And then a continuation of the forge kind of design and stuff. We'll have weapon displays. We have a rough start to these, but they take forever to place, so I stopped. Took a break. But this was a really fun room to do. Of course, the lava looked way better, but they changed the sand texture, so it doesn't look like lava anymore. And then the room down here that was partially built as part of the Mistberry Catacombs. You see it built directly over it. So this throne room, or kind of burial chamber room, was all built. I added just these stairs that go off to the sides up to my base, and then the blues were the only things I've added in here. But it was really cool that it tied into it. But eventually we'll get to the kitchens and all that stuff, but I have not put a whole lot of time into those things. We have to get the building itself made before I'm getting into those things too. Well, a long ways to go. I say this, but had to go for a sec. My dad was not pro good at soccer, but he was really good. Then one day he had some friends snowboarding, tubing, and he broke his leg and he couldn't play soccer anymore. That's kind of similar. Like when I tore my ACL, I really stopped playing a lot of soccer. I do not play a whole lot anymore. Partially, it's just hard to find people to play with. I'm not a huge fan of just going and playing at rec centers and stuff. So I avoid that a little bit. I play here and there, but ever since I tore my ACL, I kind of lost a little bit of that passion I had for playing, typically. But I would say the same. I was a very good soccer player. I was a guy you wanted on your team. I wasn't the best guy on any team, but I was always a guy everyone was going to wants a player. Especially a guy that wanted to play defense. Like everyone liked having me on their team, but I was never going to be the guy who was going to be the best of the best. Just that good effort player. What you did, your storage is really cool with the blocks displaying. Yeah, I've seen a lot of really cool kind of renditions for that. I've seen it's not the Shroud Depot. Maybe it is. There's one of the online resource worlds. I really liked it, but the amount of space it takes up is ridiculous. I was messing with it earlier. They did one chest and then displayed one block, and I thought it looked so freaking cool. It was clean. It looked much less kind of chaotic like this does, but this is just so much more efficient. So I'm gonna end up sticking with what I've done. Works out. If I was only doing a shroud, a resource world, I would probably do that cooler design that I liked a little bit more, but not in the cards, I think. Just takes up way too much space. He can't play at all now? Yeah, that sucks. That's crazy that he broke his leg and he can't even work. Turn this off. I need the water going right now. It's hard to build. I love that they made it so you can close these things. It's so much easier. Not constantly moving them and placing them. Clean that up, get it out of the way. So it's hard. One block there. White block here. Can't, but his knee is just bad now. Ah, yeah. Frame just became 1 FPS for me. Interesting. Seems like it's working. Anyone else is experiencing any lag, let me know. Hey. Lag for a second. Probably just the water being turned on and off. Definitely notice the water can be a little crazy. There's... Dang it. Spacing just doesn't... It may work slightly better the way you said impossible. Like centering a piece and then building off, that might be the way to go. Hard part is then I have to take the centerpiece out and redo all this. Let's just see what this looks like. Continue it down, get an idea, see if we can make it work, and if not, we'll do it the other way. About right. Yeah, it doesn't leave space to do anything with it. Like, this design looks good for the upper portion, but as soon as you hit the fountains that I want to do, it kind of messes up the whole thing. So... I think a wider one. Well, let's test a wider one. Like 3/4, then fountains below. The modern day version of phones interrupting dial-up, if you think about it. Intensive games interrupting streams. Yeah, it really is. These ridiculous mechanics they just keep adding to these games. Oh, yay. To refill this hole. Yeah. Let's see. Just how wide do we want to make the center? OG trolling picking up the phone. That would have been miserable back in the day. Timber, you're not going anywhere, dude. Just lay down. Relax. Going wider than 2 blocks is going to look weird. It might. I also kind of like the idea, so if we do something a little wider... then I can start to sort of commingle these. So something that looks really good once you get it figured out, of course. A little more difficult. But adding in some little shapes, like some little pieces like this, potentially, just to break it up a little bit. That way, sort of creating smaller... windows within the larger window. Could be kind of interesting. And without making it a little bit bigger, it kind of is difficult to do those little designs. But that doesn't really add quite what I'm thinking. I'd like more of the idea of a little bit of what we got going on, like what this person did. Kind of potentially doing some of these little things. The different roof blocks work in weird ways, so that's naturally the difficult part, is figuring out how to make it not have these ridiculous voxel things constantly. Let's just make it like... I think it could work with the right design. Yeah, that's always the key, right? Anything could work, but you really have to, like, tie it down. So... this. That's what? 4? You like... 4 total, maybe? Bottom window pick for the center design would look super nice. Yeah. Kind of exactly. I mean, I don't want to like recreate that exactly, but I like the effect that a lot. And that would really help break up what, like you had said, like a wider window might look a little funky. But if we break it up a little bit, I think we could do something. But the voxel details on are a little interesting. You need... yeah, like that's really big, but I think if we break it up a little bit, I think it could look really... I think it will look quite nice with the idea that I have going on for the upper area. Let's see. Yeah, you can just get such cool, like, once you figure out how these roof blocks work and how to, like, not have the voxel images, or the voxels doing their weird things when they start doing that, and they try to make an actual roof, it starts to look real. To do some things like that, I guess. Be interesting. Can't tell that image that I'm looking at if it's just... It's possible that the block that they're using is what's allowing it angled shape, but there's also some slightly interesting detailing. Have to do. I can actually see what I'm doing. Yeah, they could have turned the voxels down like this, potentially. That's exactly what I was thinking. But I think there's a world where we could make it work with the voxels. You never quite know. That's also one of the major struggles with, like, looking at other people's designs in Enshrouded. There's so many people using the Builder's Companion mod, and so it's like, oh my gosh, that's like the coolest thing I've ever seen. And then you're like, how did you do that? And they're like, oh, that piece is in the Builder's Companion. I'm like, dang it, I thought so. Like, I knew it wasn't something that was going to be available. God, if we could just leave it like that, oh my gosh, that would look so good. Maybe that's what they need in this game. They need a way to turn off the voxels on specific things. Alright, that looks pretty frickin' epic. The question is... Alright, It's a little funky with the voxels. Good without them, though. Just turning the voxels down and leaning into more crazy designs, the new meta. Unfortunately, it only works for really specific things. The issue is that it looks really good when it looks good, but then like everything else gets so much uglier. All the like really nice design pieces that we're working on, like everything kind of shrinks a little bit. You lose all the edge details, and so it just gets exponentially worse. Like everything just looks so flat now. And so in some areas it looks incredible, and then unfortunately the other areas just it's not good enough, unfortunately. Like it looks amazing like that. I freaking love that, but that's just not the option. Because it will make everything else look horrible. Kinetic, welcome in. Looks amazing, thank you. We're having some fun with it. I think it looks that bad once the whole wall is like that. It's possible. It's like, I enjoy that some of these textures aren't showing up, but it just makes... The difference between this and what we had before, it's just such a huge difference. Should make that suggestion, yeah. Not opposed to it. I think we can hide this stuff well enough that I'm... In a similar way to like how you kind of have to deal with some of the weird things like in Grounded as well. Some of this is just part of learning the system that we have. There's something interesting about this as well that we could lean into this a little bit. I think it could be not quite as clean. I definitely think there's some. Might as well just do a little less of it. Wonder, this might be... This might get ridiculous. Kind of messes that up, but that cleans up the side nicely. Not building or anything related to stream, but I was playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 1 with my dad. We were playing 250. We both had 2 bots, and I got 92 kills and 8 kills. Oh, and didn't get to... Notice that is a shame. Same in Reversal when looks great, close, but then bad from a distance when pieces de-render. Yeah. Hate it, but I don't know. Just add some kind of blue colored or metallic trim around the window edges. Could be a use for props as well. Been thinking about some of those. Be an interesting, let's see. But instead of like you're thinking using blocks, I think there's some potential of using props instead. Hide those details. That might work, but let's see. Does pine not have any curved walls? I don't know, honestly. Couldn't tell you. If you brought it out one voxel, have it even with the angled pieces. Trying to decide what is enough detail and what's too much. Makes the border of the window more prominent close, and from a distance. Hate it. I don't hate, honestly, that it like goes over the edge. Just simplify the design a little. Pick it up. Here. Struggle is real. I like the shape that the blocks allow me to do, more than trying to just clean that up. I think we can hide it better than. Missing an entire block. That's not what. Not to give the devs any hate, but it's just, again, it's not that hard to have all the parts, all the types. I don't 100% know if that's true. I won't say it's not true, but I find it's probably slightly more complicated. The way they've kind of described some of these things previously. It might be slightly more complicated than it. Because currently, I believe that roof blocks are coded separately from actual blocks, which are coded separately from terrain blocks. And so to just have them intermingle, it might be slightly more complicated than you'd think. Not impossible. Slightly more complicated. Slightly longer so the skin would distort, so has to be customized. Could be. Not totally sure. The voxel system is in this game is very it's so unique. Really hard to tell like what is simple, what's not. %. Prow for creative because you don't need Craft them? Wait, what? What do you mean? What you talking about, Willis? I think that's it. What do you mean for creating? Kind of interesting. Hate it. As much as I like it the other way. Yeah, as much as I love that, I don't hate the extra. Grounded and creative, you don't need to craft them. Skin. Wait, what are you talking about? What? Are you talking about the curved walls? Oh, that's why I'm confused. You're talking... I'm talking... Half of us are talking about the blocks in Enshrouded being multiple options. Like, so you could build a roof block in this. You're talking grounded. We're playing Enshrouded, bro. Really work on the sidewinders and make side window thing like these. Like the struggle, I guess my only major struggle is that this one has so much more detail like than these do. Like these look like the voxels are turned down. This looks like the voxels are not. Kind of difficult. Hate how you can't build once the prop is in. Yeah. Anything moving forward, say grounded. Yeah. Like it. Let's see. Definitely think that's something we could work. Now, don't know where we're gonna go with this airship. I've never built an airship, so I'm not sure how to help you. That's the other thing I need. I need a horizontal tune position, not just a vertical. Depends on where you're looking sometimes. Like, you can get them to change the direction. But, yeah, having, like, something that allows me to push this back. Inset. It's not final design, but I already like the way the wall is. Than before 100%? Alright. As long as we're heading in the right direction, right? No, it doesn't. Out of the wall. Used to be like, you used to be able to adjust the horizontal to... Something infilling it like that could work. I don't know if it's that block. Needs like more consistency. Slightly less detailed than that. Give it. Give it back. It's the block then. Hate that if you're holding shift, you can't pick block. Pick block. Uh-oh. So much easier if I could just horizontally adjust. Dang it. Click with the mouse. Dang, a lot. Not like... Something like this would... How to get it I want. Let's go to the resource world real quick. Let's go take a gander at what we can mess with. What do we got? Coffin lid. Something. Probably not. That's not what we want. I never remember any of these things. So much stuff. This is one of the hardest parts of this entire game, is like looking at all the options you have at your disposal and trying to pick which item is the right item to use for some random purpose that it was never intended to be. So much stuff you can. Know if it's gonna be like a table or a chair you're gonna want to use, a random thing that you can clip into the walls. Eyes are like, dude, why do you stare at this? All you ever do. Need the gnat to have first person. I did enjoy first person. Another kind of random one that I'm surprised isn't First person, I mean, it's like the same thing in Enshrouded. Like, they added first person, and it just makes so many things so much easier. I typically only prefer building in third person, but there are some details where you just have to have. Can't see what you're trying to do. The universe banner could look interesting, but not convinced. Like the side of one. The options. Explain it. Books. Nah. Who needs them? Maybe. Same problems. Like they could have just copied Grounded 1, then updated the game engine, did a lot of bug testing, then made the map from Grounded 1, map from Grounded 2. They specifically said, funnily enough, I feel like I have to repeat this to everyone on the Grounded Discord. They are specifically not adding the things from Grounded 1 till they are specifically made for Grounded 2, if that makes sense. The goal, which I think I adamantly agree with. I think I would have been pretty frustrated if they just made Grounded 1 with a new map. And then, like, it doesn't make sense to make Grounded 1 with a new map and then have to change everything to, like, fit. Because it's like everything, the reason that things are not currently in Grounded 2 that were in Grounded 1 is because they said they're not going to add it until it feels like it was made specifically for Grounded 2. Which I think I agree with in many ways. It sucks because it feels like, oh, well, I had this in the first game, and I had that in the first game. But when you really look at it, I'm not looking for Grounded 1.5, which is essentially what you'd be getting with that mentality. And I prefer the way they're approaching it. Like, it's not going to be added to the game unless it makes total sense for this game, which is story-wise a sequel, but gameplay-wise, I think is really meant to be totally different. Not totally different, but it's meant to feel very new. The mechanics are supposed to feel different. There's upgrades to everything. Yeah, like the combat changes. Like they want it to be an improvement on the game, not just the second an expansion for story, I guess is the easiest way to describe it. Because I think I'd be fairly disappointed if it just was like, here's a new map and nothing changed. That would be a little sad. I think it would be a major mistake. Something once, then doing it again, but a new way. Wait, but why? That's like doing something once, then doing it again, but a new way. Well, yeah, but if you put it in, like, they don't want it to feel just like Grounded 1, essentially is what I'm saying. So it's a sequel, but it's not just the same thing in a bigger area that they can add more stuff to. The idea is, like, there are things that didn't work in the first game or could be improved upon, and instead of just putting it in the game as is, they're taking the time to say, this is something we can make better. And we're not going to add it to the game just to add it to the game because it was in the first one, which I appreciate in many ways. I'd be pretty sad if we just got Grounded 1.5. just is a bigger map with the same stuff and new bosses. Like that's the cycle of what happened in Grounded 1, which started to get, although I loved every update was just a new boss with some new items and some new weapons, but nothing changed about the game. The new armors and weapons were just new iterations of the same thing. They didn't do anything new. They didn't add new mechanics. They didn't add like interesting things. It was like, here's a wasp and here's the infected broodmother. And here's like just new bosses, new things. Fun additions, of course, but I think the idea with a game that is made with the new engine that they're putting this effort into, I appreciate seeing a lot of new. Saying, we're not just going to add a bug like ants. Ants got a defensive mechanism that made the combat so much more interesting. There's actually like gameplay that you have to mess with the combat. You can't just beat the crap out of everything and perfect block your way through it. Like, you have to be patient. You have to utilize heavy attacks and weak attacks. You can't just like bash everything in the head endlessly and win the game. So I appreciate that they're changing things and not just adding them in it because they were in the first one. Doesn't mean I don't want to see those things added to the game eventually, of course, but I think it's just one of those things. I appreciate them putting the effort in to make things new and different, so it really does feel like a new game with the things we loved about it. I think that's the easy route to go, but also, like, as a developer, it wouldn't make any sense at all to me to implement something from the first game knowing that you're eventually going to change it. That's just, it's inefficiency at its finest. It just doesn't make sense to put that effort in to, like, add it all to the game when they could be adding newer, better things to it instead of forcing things in just to make it. Because I know a lot of the time spent in the beginning of in between Grounded 1 and Grounded 2 was specifically that they were adding those new cool things. They were thinking of new things, and they spent a lot of time making Grounded 2 in a new fashion, essentially, in updating the ants and the combat mechanics that the bugs have now and all those things. Now I don't hate this side as much. I'm gonna decide if I actually like. Go through the wall so I don't. Pretty sure what I could do here, like remove these, but I don't know. With the details you've been adding to these stairs, it's been a lot of fun. Welcome in, peasant. How's it going? By the way, yeah, it's really starting to come together. Taken a few iterations to figure it out, but I think we're starting to head in the right direction. Back in there. Hey, it's Ludorev. Wow, you're in late tonight. that you could take your time with these builds. Sometimes I feel I'm too impatient. Yeah, I mean, I'm there too. Like, I understand that feeling. But for me, every time I slow down and I'm like, I was dang near ready to fully commit to what we had last stream. Not even last stream. The stream before that, I had this little, like, vertical and then 2 verticals next to it, and they kind of, like, bumped out a little bit with the same crypt pieces in the crypt gates in the middle of it. And I was like, you know, this looks cool. I'm going to go for it. But I hadn't really thought of, I'd only thought of, like, a little section. Sorry. I'd only thought of, like, this part of the design. I hadn't really figured out the whole picture, and that's where that one was, like, really falling short. It just wasn't quite right yet. And so luckily Alfredo was like, what if you didn't do that? And you made it bigger. And you changed the design. I'm like, bruh, I want to go. I want to build. But this is where absolutely my best stuff comes from, when I sit down and really take the time to, like, design it out. Try multiple designs before just committing to one. Really makes a huge difference. Just woke up on my couch. I dozed off for like 5 hours ago. Dang. How are you going to sleep now? You're going to be up all night. Going good. Last tour Tuesday was great. I was lurking a bit more on that one, but I loved Alfredo's build, if I'm not mistaken. The Japanese style build he made was epic. Honestly, all the bases last night were so cool. I don't understand how it keeps happening. Like, I'm waiting. I keep waiting for that week where I'm like, all right, here's the bunch of starter bases, like people really getting into the game, and that's a very large portion of why I'm doing these base tours, is to help people in those starter bases, like, improve and stuff. So it's like, that's part of the process and part of the reason I'm doing it. But I'm just like, every time I feel like it's going to be tonight is the night where we have a bunch of starter bases and the viewership dies down, because I like helping those people, but that's not necessarily what everyone else wants to see. Most people want to see crazy cool bases, whether they're, like, fully completed or not. Seems to be a little less important, but every single time they just, like, every stream there has been like 4 or 5 just really cool, ridiculous bases with incredible designs. I'm kind of amazed at how every week it just keeps getting better in many ways. Ah, you don't have work tomorrow. Lucky. Wish I could say the same. I would have had a 2-minute delay, so I was responding so late. Uh-oh. Here's no word. Half the time I feel like it's me responding. This is where the design gets exponentially more. Get up. Got it. What did you miss? This is pretty much what we've been doing the whole time. I had to redo the entire castle block layer because it just wasn't working the way I wanted to. It was way too hodgepodged and sporadic. And I switched to a roof block, which allows us to do these angled pieces and kind of some more interesting designs, create these little peaks and stuff. So, kind of just been experimenting. I haven't built with the roof blocks a whole lot in this game, so we're in a little bit more trial and error kind of mode right now. Figuring out, like, what looks good, what's too much, what's not enough. Let's see. Did away with the brick. crack. I actually totally forgot that I was doing the crack. I covered it up to do the design, and then I was going to add it back, but now with this thing in the center, I don't know if the crack's going to work anymore in the same way. It's possible that we make it work, but I'm not necessarily... I don't think it has to be there to be good. One of those things, I think this window design is going to look better at the end of the day, so committing to this instead. So I am definitely making myself more of a headache with this design, that's for sure. Yeah, I kind of like the long one on the side. And maybe we could change this design up so it feels like we are utilizing this. Let's say... That's funny. I'm amazed that I actually totally forgot I was doing the whole crack design thing. Got so distracted. $30K channel points? Oh, man. Get that in the week, probably. This was a struggle. We couldn't add anything right here. Might have to looking pretty. We're getting there. I like the way we're heading. We still have a lot to fix. The issue with this is as soon as there's something here, fountain's doesn't work quite properly. East was not earlier. Yeah, it kind of ruins the... So, is there a world where Alfredo is just right on every situation and I switch this? So, such a struggle. It sucks that this doesn't quite work. Fountain only works if you leave everything, at least... I liked that it was 5 individual streams, which only works if there's not blocks underneath it. There's a world, and I don't know... Wait, what? La Pasta suggested that instead of the fountain idea, that potentially the water from here looks like it's being diverted to behind the stairs, and then it comes out some way, shape, or form. I have no clue how that would be. Most likely there'd be like a little pond sort of right here, just a little circle, nothing crazy, and then a waterfall going off each side as another option. I just really liked the individual fountains. But I mean, if they're only ever going to work like this, and I'm never going to be able to get them to work where they look like 5 fountains that don't have skinny to large water spreads, not sure if it's going to matter anyways. I might have to just switch it up to make it work. That is sacrifice. feel like we could do something. I still haven't figured out my leak either, Joe. I don't know what's happening. Chain. Did these move? Is that what I... feel like something in my layout isn't quite right. So. I could jump on the block. Can do it. Yeah, so that's what I did wrong. Be one more that way. Ruins it. Almost feels like it does need. They do match, but I'm pretty sure what we had working last time is that there'd be, yeah, that's where the last hole. Let's not get centered. This needs to be filled in, I think. What? Fill the hole. Okay, so that's right. Means this is not. Nice build so far. Thank you. Appreciate it, Bones. Welcome in. That over. Joe the Wizard started playing Enshrouded. I did. Yeah, I got the Steam notification. Seems like that's a reoccurring theme. Seems like you're always playing. Thank you for the follow, Bones. Welcome to the community. More than I am actually on. I do kind of do the same thing. I have it open a lot. Like a lot. Oh no. Too close. Can't build the way Joe does without playing once in a while. Yeah, that is true. Can't build there. Can't move it over. Struggle's real. Okay. What are my options? How do you even get all your mats for this? It would take hours. I use a resource. So I kind of play this world as a hybrid creative and survival world. Everything quest related, specifically upgrading flame altars, building the first like quest items. I try to do all of that as legit as possible. But then in terms of just building this massive base, everything that I'm using for decor, blocks, terrain, Those things, I'm just using a resource world to get everything. So I try to like get my weapons and my armors legit, and then outside of that, the builds themselves kind of happen in a more creative fashion. You have any mining tips for materials? Trying to build a giant castle right now. Wait, you can do that? Yeah. Easiest way, if you're not part of the Enshrouded Discord, I would highly suggest joining the Enshrouded Discord. There's 2 ways that you can go about the resource. You can either join the first link there, which is the Shroud Depot. That is one of the community members has a, pretty sure it's 24/7 server running, and you can, assuming there's not 16 people already in it, you can just hop into their server. All the info you need is directly on there. That's sort of the online option. What I use is the second post, the public resource world, which you can download as a save file. So you can download a zip file from Delancey Gaming specifically. He has everything in that public resource world chat. So it's the public resource world version 7.2 right now, I think. And this is more, you have to turn off cloud saves on Steam. There might be other ways around it. This is how I know how to do it, so take this as is. I only know so much. You have to turn off your Steam cloud saves and then move, and there's a PDF that tells you how to do all of this stuff. And then you have to move from the cloud saves location to your local save location, which is just copying the files from, you have to figure out in the PDF where the files are located for cloud saves. You move them to your local save location, which is pretty simple. And then you just paste these right in. The perks of the online servers is that it's easy. You can just join it anytime, assuming there's not other people in there. But if someone takes every single castle block and you want castle blocks, you have to wait an hour until it resets, or however long it's been since the last reset. So for me, I didn't enjoy that aspect. I didn't want to join worlds, especially while I was streaming. So I downloaded this, the Delancey Gaming public resource world that they had made. They have a YouTube channel and stuff as well that has like videos that talk about how to do these things. I really, really like the local save. So it's just, this is on my save. This is like essentially my world now. No one else joins this. It's not a server or anything. But he has made this put every item in the game. So there's chests and chests and chests and chests of things. And the perk of the local save is that at any given time, say if I cleared out all of the regular sandstone, all I have to do is go back to the zip file that I have saved in a different location for myself and just repaste the exact same files over the top, and it just reloads it as if it was a full world again. So it's really, really, you can download the Shroud Depot to for a local save. Yeah, awesome. They work exactly the same. I'm not sure if Delancey has an actual server up for the public resource world, but I am a really big fan. Resource worlds are so nice. It really allows you to like customize the game to where you don't necessarily have to go full creative, because I am much more a survival player typically. Like when I play Grounded, I collect every material I build with. Something about that game, I have managed to find a way to enjoy the grind. Whereas in this game, I think just because there's so many items, it is just too time consuming to try to make content and gather all this stuff constantly. I just have not found a way to make it work for myself. So I utilize the resource worlds to make life a little easier for especially the mega build stuff. Since I looked at what you were playing once, playing Enshrouded for 18 hours. Yeah, that sounds about right. I feel like Joe's pretty similar to me though. Like I just kind of leave it open for extended periods of time. I wonder if this needs to 5 was the... Keep it center. Or when is creative coming? When it goes to 1.0 is what they've said. The 1.0 release will have creative. Or so they say. Can't necessarily say that's 100%. Can't say a whole lot with 100% certainty, but they will and won't. What is it? What is it on right now? Yeah, whatever. Oh, you can't see with the timber can. It says build version 8.55.142. I have no clue. They said essentially right now that the game has all the content that they want for full release, but they need more quality of life. Yeah, not 1.0. They said there needs to be some more quality of life things that they want to add, but in terms of like content, the map, a lot of those things, I think they've said that they would be happy releasing it at this point if they had those extra elements they want. Where this gets weird. Whole fountain design, trying to design around it does not make this easy. Way bigger than 1.0? Yeah, it's a lot bigger. I want to make this 4 wide. Instead of 5. I can fit that on the side. Can't do it on this side, which looks... Keep building. See what happens. Or we'll go to sleep. Like how I never even created my own, like, sleeping space in this game so far. I'm still just using the prison beds for my for my NPCs. They're like, hey, what's up? Oh, you're gonna take my bed for the night? Okay, bye. Enjoy yourself. Glad you got a good night's sleep. I steal their beds too. I'm so glad I'm not alone. Makes me feel so much better about my decisions. Plot twist, Alfredo ends up being right and entirety of fountain design gets changed. It's very possible at this point. I am not currently convinced that what I'm doing works with this new. I'm much more interested in this design going on than I am forcing this fountain design. I'm not necessarily set in stone that it has to be this fountain design, but I really, really like the idea of a fountain coming out of this wall. The design of the fountain needs to change, I think, is really what's happening. Just to add, just needs a little something. Little pizzazz. Oh, that's what I did. the water's coming out of this, but it's not. Is there smaller blocks? This is the smallest possible block. Oh. This is the smallest possible block you can build. Everything's built out of this block. Like you could place multiple of these, but it's still just eight of these blocks. So in theory, there isn't anything bigger than this. So maybe the goal. Roof blocks are so. I don't hate this mountain design. Quite working right, but that's a problem. Future timber. That would do it. Boom. I hope they bump up the saturation of some of the building materials. Things tend to take on lighting. Take on the lighting that a lot of stuff orange in the morning and gray at other times. I don't know if I've actually really paid enough attention to. Let's go back to the drawing board a little bit. I'm starting to like this design because I feel like it starts fitting what we have going on and maybe the issues that I'm trying to commit to this section. I wasn't really sold on in the... Definitely changed it. Can you use the smallest block and place a green block next to it touching? Are we doing this again? You got your duck. Not building any more ducks. You got to become a master builder to get your other design in the build. That's the rule. I'm gonna lie, your iteration process is intense. Yeah. One of those things you really pick up from architecture school is I'm not satisfied until it's right. Now, this game, one of the major perks of Grounded over Enshrouded is the blueprint system. So it is exponentially easier to do iterations in Grounded. Enshrouded is not like that difficult, but I do find it to be a much more tedious process. The way I like to think through things. Is not for the faint. What's happening? Why is there water overflowing all of a sudden? What is happening? Somehow have made a lake. Ah, that's why. Lovely, I can't see anything. Dive, dive, dive. Absolute. We got waterfalls all over the place. God, this is a mess. What am I doing? It's a joke? No means no, Ducky. I'm trying to build. That's the struggle with taking breaks to try to build other things. I'm already like thick in the idea of what I'm trying to do here, so it's always really difficult to try to do things other people want. Quite distracting. such a difficult little spot to mess with. I don't have a brown block though. That's what I'm saying. You're asking for things I just don't have. What, like this? A barrel roll. It's not a complicated build unless it's... Peen is built? Is that what? Welcome Mendes. How's it going, man? Close as you get. Freaking D's, right? I mean, he's got to live up to that name, you know? If he didn't make comments like that, I'd be disappointed in the name. Why do I? And you wonder why I stopped listening to you. You wonder, dude. Killing me. I feel like I'm just like far too much committing to this fountain, trying to make it work with this design where it doesn't necessarily fit. It was a joke. Got me there. Just love the fountain though. Want to make it work. Just doesn't. Make it better. Bear's about the size of a duck too, so you really had a 1 duck to 1,000 duck scale. Don't encourage him, Joe. Don't feed the trolls. Giving him energy, giving him more power. The annoying part is the more I mess with the fountain, the more I like the fountain itself, and the less I like the way it looks with everything else. It's like counterintuitive. The fountain just keeps getting more interesting outside of the water being silly. So I'm having more fun with the fountain, less fun with the fact that it doesn't work at all with this design. Makes you feel better. It looks like it's working to me. Hey, that's a win, right? Fountain is short and at the bottom, so you can make the design above it. Yeah. Oh, I just like committing this whole thing. What I should do is... The intelligent thing to do would be leave that side alone for a little bit. Start working on the symmetrical side of this a little bit. See what we can do if we just act as if the fountain actually. Fountains, one on either side. Immaculate. Yeah, well, I mean, we had the 2 fountains. But they're just not working. I like this design a lot more, and it's not really working. Trying to like fit these vertical pieces with big old fountain. Try one more. Get 3 a little smaller. Don't think ruins. Go, I think vertical makes more sense. That way I could move that up and down. That might be the way to go. think 5 is just too big. Use roof blocks to make a trough for each water outlet, then you pop it out so it doesn't come together. That could work too. I had thought about that idea. I just didn't know how to like... I like the scale of just one block, essentially, and so making a trough was kind of like a little weird, but maybe these are... that's the goal. Just everywhere. Water everywhere. What the heck happened back here? I don't feel like it changed so much. Oh my gosh, how is this flooding now? Oh my god, it's everywhere. Ah! What have I done? Why is it overflowing? Why does this look like it's flowing back into here? That's what I'm not understanding. Jeez. This is why you are the builder and I'm just the pizza guy. Hey, we all have our places, right? Nothing wrong with staying in your... Pizza? Yeah, I do want pizza now. Peeking over that side. This is a mess. Dive, dive, dive. Yeah, you wonder why my whole world is overflowing now. Thinking about a Detroit pizza lately. Gotta make me hungry. Look what we've done. Even better now. Water's so funny in this game. In the best way. I absolutely love it. It's like the water in the game is like the perfect amount of jank. Not too much jank, not too little, just the right amount. Question is, do we make this side 3 wide one? Right. Yeah, I'm curious what your iterative process is. Or am I just the insane person and you kind of build and go with it? Kind of cool, actually, like a water fountain floor. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of interesting things you can do with the water. I feel like we've barely scratched the surface in interesting ideas. Okay, that works. This also allows us to... What's this thing? Not the right scale. And a lot of time doing concept art and 3D modeling, so I can do iteration in my mind pretty quickly. Yeah, it's funny because I have as well, but something about my brain, like, has to see it. Like, I have ideas in my head at any given time, but unless I actually build it, I feel like I never actually have explored the option. That kind of makes sense. I think it probably comes from the fact that in architecture school, we had to build, like, if we wanted to test an idea, we had to build a model of it. Like, there wasn't, like, try the idea out in your head. It was like, no, I need to see the idea to tell you, like, the teachers would pretty much say, like, they had to see the idea. So it had to be a model, a drawing, physically had to be something that they could look at. And so for me, I have to, like, actually build this stuff a lot of the times, the way my brain works. Bit of a convoluted process at times, though. I do know that. Literally make a 3D space in my mind and fly around it like a drone. I typically can too, but I don't know. It's just like something about what I did in architecture school. It feels like I have to build things. If I don't sit here and, like, test every idea, I feel like I'm selling myself short a lot of the times. Never quite turns out as good as I think it could. Part of it, I think, in this game as well is, like, these roof blocks are something I just haven't really spent very much time building with yet, so I don't actually know what they do. I think is part of it, where it's like, if I haven't built in this game specifically with every single block, I don't know how the voxel interacts with one block versus another. I don't know how the prop is going to work with it. Like, a lot of those things, I have to see it in this game because I don't actually know quite yet with how, like, I've got 800 hours in the game, but it still feels like I have not done everything. I haven't built with every material. I haven't, like, tested everything. So I very much feel that if I don't actually build it, I'm kind of selling myself short in terms of, like, learning the build system better in general, too. A lot of this game, I feel like I have no clue what if I play something, I don't actually know what it's going to do half the time. Like, once you've spent thousands of hours in it, it's probably easier to be like, oh yeah, so this block does that, that one does this, but, like, I've never built with the castle block, so I didn't know how the roof block was going to do. I haven't built roofs hardly at all yet, so I've, like, only kind of messed with roof blocks. Like, I think this is about the only roof block placed in my entire map, is these little things, currently. Just a lot of weird interactions that I don't know what happens. Legs. Start out. Build menu. Build it. Right. Not necessarily. Doesn't work, I just make a quick fix and force it. Like, I want it to feel like they fixed it on the fly. Yeah, you have a much more organic build, I guess, at the same time. You have, like, so much of the city going on. You have a lot, like, those elements where not haphazard, but it's like a market and there's just so much going on that it's a lot easier to hide those details, whereas, like, this massive wall feels like I want to make it perfect because it's such a big talking piece. Now, once we get into the city design, I think I work a lot more like you do, and I kind of just make things work, but I am on the big stuff because this affects the way this looks, at least the way I'm thinking of it currently. The way this whole staircase look is going to really be a massive design element in the cathedral. And so if I don't build this nicely, everything I do in the cathedral is going to feel wrong. And so part of what I'm doing is I'm testing like the way these things work. So when we get up to this portion and start building the cathedral, we really kind of have a good idea of like what this thing's going to look like. Because I know I've built the front entrance, but I think like this tower totally going to change. Now that I'm messing with the midnight tomb block, a lot of this stuff's going to change. The windows and the doors and like this section's probably all going to stay roughly the same, but there's going to be a lot of changes that I think this is a very early concept. And I built this before so much was added to the game that now I feel like I have to go redo things and testing. But a big portion of this is that this is how this entire tower is going to look behind this thing. Where all this white is going all the way to the top is going to have a very similar kind of overall design to what's happening there. So, and because that's such a big portion, if I screw this up, I probably should do it the other way around and do the tower first and then make this design match, but I'm having more fun doing this right now. So they're both kind of going to influence each other in a lot of ways. I got it. I know how you can make tours for this. You have a person that made the base, record it, and you watch it and give tips. Yeah, but then you have to have everyone has to have recording software, which the majority of people do not have. That's another challenge. I also just have fun building random things in this game. I think is part of it. Like I enjoy just messing with these and seeing what I can even come up with in the game. It's a really fun aspect where I don't actually know the limitations, and there's so many things you can do with the props. It's just like a good time building and rebuilding and just coming up with new ideas. Because I've done things on this that now I'm like, okay, I want to bring that over to the Dwarven Fortress entrance as well. I could very much see this design, like this whole thing, becoming this whole upper area now. That I've feel like I've got this fleshed out, which I think would look really interesting. Won't have fountains and stuff, but I think seeing the upper portion is like a mimic of this in some way would be really interesting. How a lot of materials interact. Till I use them too, but I can make a few blocks of it and instantly swap it out. Yeah. You're also you're at that portion of city building where your build is massive, but it's also massive because it's a lot of small builds culminating into a massive build. And so I think it's a lot easier to push through those little builds. Like when we're building this city, I think I'll do much more the style of building that you're doing. But on this really big stuff, I enjoy sitting here messing with it until it feels perfect. I don't know. I think part of it is my design sense is less about the plan and more about what it ends up being. So I enjoy experimenting, building things over and over again, because I don't know if it's this fountain or this fountain or 3 fountains. There's so many different things to test and do that I have fun kind of almost I just kind of carve and see what happens. Anyways, I just like adding layers and carving and throwing things in, and I don't know what's right until I see it a lot of the times. I have an overall vision for the build, but the small details, I tend to do more like this, where it just kind of happens as it happens, and I don't really know how to explain how my brain thinks through this stuff some of the times. Videos where someone shows off all the materials, like they make a little room. Oh, I've got one of those. Except for the new stuff. I actually did that myself. Going to use those stone railings? Probably. I don't know how yet. Yeah, I did this ages ago. This is actually, I was so overwhelmed figuring out where to start with this game that I had to rebuild. I built my own little diorama. So every single piece has like a railing, a stair, a wall, a floor, a ceiling, and a window. So I could really get an idea of like how every single piece of this and a column, if I knew how everything looked, so I could come and like quickly reference like, okay, I want to use this or that. But this is exactly why like seeing someone else do it isn't the same for me as doing it myself. I could watch 100 videos, and until I build whatever that thing is that I'm seeing, I won't actually, like, my brain won't comprehend it very well. I'm much more of a, like, I have to do it myself to really figure it out. See props as shapes, I ignore what they are completely for the shape I want, and then the material if it's available. Yeah, that's an interesting way to do it. Yeah, those floor pieces were screwed up from the previous update. Yeah, those railings, I've seen that a couple times. I just hadn't quite put together that it was these things. But I definitely will. I mean, I had so much fun with the original ones in the game. Just the hand railings. Because, like, as you can see, I used quite a few of these in this space. That's what creates the detail here. But I feel like this piece is just kind of better in a lot of ways. Just a little more difficult to hide. Not really sure how that part works. But I could see some interesting things. But, like, this wasn't in the game when I started building this whole thing. So it's like now I could potentially recreate the same design in some way, shape, or form. But I do like the idea of potentially hiding. Like, the only thing I don't like about what we have going on here is that you still see the blocks behind this thing. I don't love that you can see the squareness. Whereas when you use those, it kind of removes a lot of that. Build challenge, rubble only? Oh, gee. Sounds horrible. You plan on doing larger build too, but I lose interest really fast. Yeah, and like the big builds are what keep me interested, but I break them up mentally. So like for me, this is all one build, like the cathedral and this and everything that's happening on the floating island and up to there, and like this and the city is going to kind of match aesthetics, but it's going to be different. But I tend to like break things up. So like the platform is a build, this is a build, this is a build, that's a separate, and so I just jump between all of them constantly. One day, everything makes sense, and I'm really enjoying building in one spot, and the next day, like, I lose all inspiration for that portion of the build. So I tend to just jump around a lot. To keep myself kind of interested. Baited on different things. Or, like, we were working on the storage area for a little while there. Then stopped working on the storage area. Now we're out here again. Like, I tend to just jump around a lot. The only way I can really stay super focused. Stone arch details are sick. Yeah, I really like them. Really cool. This is the, I guess the Dwarven Fortress was the first thing I built, but after that, this arch kind of entryway was the first real thing with like props that I built in the game. This was my first take when they added prop rotation to the game, and everything all of a sudden was like, hold on, this is insane. We could do so much with this. It's been fun. You remember the door? Yeah. So many interests happened when they added that update. Everything about it. Yeah, we're like, we have some ideas that are working here, but a lot of new things I want to test out. Then I think that's what's so cool about this game is that you start building one way and then you quickly realize like, oh, hold on, if I use roof blocks for my walls, all of a sudden it totally changes what I'm able to build all of a sudden. So now I have to think completely differently about what I'm doing and how I'm doing it and like all the potential for everything. I'm so torn right now because this is looking really interesting and this is looking really interesting. But I just cannot mentally figure out how I want to tie them together yet. Lowering it might help a little bit, but I'm not sure if it does enough. Seen how to make stained glass? It might work above the fountain? No. Which one are you using there? That like those window blocks? Props? Your life so hard that you get to just lay around all day long and then I keep you up here for like 3.5 hours. Whole life ends. Is that the worst thing? Worst thing ever? Tough. A rough life. A freaking T-Rex bone that you could chew on. You got toys. Everything you could ever dream of. Never enough. It's these. Now I want to see how you make the stained glass. Curious if it's maybe less like the lighted blocks stay in the center area, which I think might look kind of good, and then we just add some little detail. Not try to just force everything to match this other style. Hopefully that could start to work. Could be it. Bigger. Like that could start to work. I don't hate that. Make a shape and put down the luminous blocks you like. Use the fancy windows or fences in front of the block. That will give a stain. Make a shape. Make a good shape. What a good shape. Then the fancy windows. I'm assuming this is what you mean by fancy? Or is there actually a fancy window? Any window that has the normal hole. So oop. I mean, isn't that roughly what we're doing here? Isn't that the same concept? These are just the crypt gates, right? Or am I missing some? I didn't know you already did it. Yeah, that's exactly the idea we're working with. Yep. Yeah, so it's luminescent blocks, then a gap, with the castle roof built, and then the crypt like lands in between them. Crypt fence, crypt gate. I assumed I was just really missing something because I was like, wait, take a luminous block and put a window in front of it. Like, am I insane? Is that not what's happening? Glad I'm not insane. Ducky, I suggest not looking up that website. Sounds like a rabbit hole you don't want to go down. What? Alright, give me 5 minutes, Timber, and then you can leave for the last 30 minutes. A lot of people use multiple colors, so it has the more cathedral-style stained glass. Yeah, I had messed with this as well. This was the other one I was kind of messing with. Of course, I just deleted those not that long ago. But the original idea that I had was this block with the crypt fences. And then I had done some like, and I just took out some random pieces like this and sort of created a design. Yeah, this was like my very first iteration of that white design up front, but it was too, I really liked the yellow block, but then as soon as you put something in front of it, couldn't really see it as much anymore. Has to be some, does sound like that. But yeah, this is essentially for the whole castle up top. This is the stained glass type look I'm going for. It'll be crypt fence, white luminous block, and then I'm using a couple blocks just to break up the light, add some other effects to it. So instead of multiple luminescent blocks, I'm just using some other blocks to kind of create a design within the design. Sort of like how it enhances the cool loopy bent metal things that they got going on. Yeah, I really like it. It's sort of what inspired this whole build, was that wall. That was one of the earlier things that I was testing out. Absolutely loved it the whole time. As soon as I made that thing, I was like, all right, this has to be a build. Like, this looks way too cool not to be something. Just not enough room to do what I want to do. It's the hardest thing here, working in slightly less space. Instead of coming up with the design and then making the stairs, I came up with the stairs and now I'm doing it a little backwards. Learned it from someone else. Crazy how people can find the same thing separately. Yeah, I don't even know. I have no clue how I even came up with that one. Oh, we're like so close. This is typically when I start to run to the other side and see. Do it different. Sent in updated pickup. Howland work, make the stairs, and then design around them. Oh, that's how I work. Yeah. I am 50-50. I have a lot of ways I approach design, and so for me, it's like I pull from them randomly. One of the beauties of like learning architecture the way I did, that never like held myself to doing something one way. Kind of depends on the project. I think about it different. Makes for a little bit of chaos though. Yeah, for me, it's never, the design's never done until I feel like I've tested enough ideas. More often than not, the first idea I mess with, the first vision I had, inspires, maybe that's the better way to explain it. When I'm designing these type of things, I tend to start building, and then something I do inspires another idea. And so I'm always just kind of never-ending inspiring my own self. Like, oh, wait a second, I could do that. And no, now that I came up with this idea, now I could do it like this. And just like this never-ending spiral of like, ooh, that's a cool idea. What if I should just test that? I should have to see that just real fast. Like, if I don't test it, what am I? I'm selling myself short. Could work. It could not work. Could be horrible. Could be great. One of the horrible ideas could have one cool little element to it that now I want to change and add to the design. You build in chaos theory, say it isn't so. I think that's what's interesting, is I build with chaos. Like, there's not a whole lot of rhyme or reason to like when I'm building a certain part or why a design is a certain way. I'm just kind of like haphazard, and I really like things just forming as they come, and doing one little move like makes me think that I want to do something else, and I want to adjust this, and I want to change that. And then, but in the opposite way that I would say like Luderav and Joe build, like you guys have a much more organic, I don't know quite the correct word for it. Like your build styles are very organic. They kind of, the flow is like chaos, but it's not chaos, but it's not like in a bad way. It's just like, it's chaotic in the terms of like, it's so much more natural. So when you're going through your guys' cities, and I've noticed both of your designs, like walking through your city, Joe, is it's like the way you walk through your builds is like they kind of organically just grow. And I think Luderav does a very similar concept where it just is like, well, this would be a cool way, and we could go over here, and we could go up there, and you guys kind of just like force through the design. And I build in that way, but then my brain has to have a certain level of structure to it, and so I have a much more like rigid style, just because I think more architectural building, and I feel like you guys, your brains tend to work more like city planning almost in some ways, where it's less about the little details, but it's like your focuses are on creating a certain like visual effect, and the little details just kind of come and happen as they go in a more organic way. Whereas I am like incredibly rigid, where as soon as things are like not structured and organized, my brain starts like malfunctioning, and I don't like the look of it, which I think is more of an architectural way, and like building facades. I tend to think of like a wall as a design, and less of a building or like in creating the whole city itself. It's a hard way to describe it in many. While I think about how people move through the space and how goods are moved. And yeah, I think that's what it is. And I'm not city planning. I am like wall designing. I'm designing facades. I'm designing the details within the builds themselves. And I do city planning in many ways, but I think of it more of like a master plan where I'm like, okay, this is where the blacksmith goes, and this is where that goes, and then how that happens is kind of chaos at times. Doo-doo. He said doo-doo. Everyone has a story and has a focus to move themselves, their needs, and their desires around. Yeah. And I think that's, I guess the better way to describe it is you and Ludorev think more in terms of storytelling and like how things are happening and why they're happening. And I'm thinking more, I want this to look cool. It's much less like I do have like overall stories and concepts, but I think there's maybe a little bit more in this build because I've been trying to like force a specific story and idea through here. But I'm much more rigid in my storytelling. Much less organic than your guys's. Welcome in, Reaper. How do I put this nicely? Screw you. What the hell? Looks awesome. Thank you. Yeah, well, if I'm not building really ridiculous, cool things, why would I be a streamer, you know? Like, if I was building boring things that people don't find interesting, I would be failing at what I'm doing. The only reason I have a following is because I like to be... I mean, one, I like to teach people about this stuff, and I like to describe and explain how I work through things and my ideas and those sort of things, but part of my job is to make things look cool. So if I'm not doing that, then I'm doing something way wrong. This is going to fix that. I have to think about how I place this crypt fence. I have to lower it down and place it in the middle, maybe. Yeah, that's probably... If I were good, I'd definitely go efficiency-wise, yeah. My flow isn't necessarily planned, it just happens naturally. Yeah, your flow is even more chaos, organic, natural than Joe's is. Let me out of both houses with... I like it. But I definitely... It's interesting because, like, I think you, like, as an artist and more of a designer, it's interesting because you, like, we have the same thoughts. Like, I think, how is this space used? Who's using it? How is it used in many ways? Like you had said, you think about, like, was someone walking around with their cup of coffee and they set it down on a table randomly? And I'm thinking, like, in more of an architectural way of telling that story. So, like, it's maybe less detailed, I guess. But it's like, okay, if you walk into this room, like, a bathroom has a toilet and a sink and a vanity and cabinets and, like, whatever these things are, a toilet paper holder. And so I think of it in a slightly more rigid storytelling way, whereas I think you guys think more of, like, a more natural, organic storytelling way, which is interesting because I think we both tell interesting stories, but just in very different ways, which I think it's always been why I like seeing your stuff and I like seeing Ludorev's stuff. And Pasta is very similar in those concepts. Like, you guys force me to think in a slightly different way than I normally would, which I think is really cool. It tends to help me get to where I'm getting at the end of the day. I also think in terms of time, like as in history, so some things were built first and others are after or on top of. Yeah, the layering side of it I could see. I tend to get more in that way. Like, once we get to the whole city portion of this, or the village, whatever we're going to call it, I think we'll see a little bit more of that. But in the larger buildings, I think incredibly architecturally. I think very rigid, hard lines in terms of design. This is the big builds. I guess I kind of do it in two different ways, where the big builds are a way for me to architecturally express my love for the designs of facades of buildings. Because in many ways, like, I didn't necessarily do interior design as much, so I was always focusing on the exterior of the building. The shape, the design, the details, the windows, the louvers, whatever it is, the entrances, the exits, and that's why I love building really, really big buildings, because it allows me to express that. But then I also enjoy master planning, and because it forces me to think slightly more like you guys do. Structured layering is something I struggled with, yeah. And so I kind of push you guys on the architectural side. You guys push me on like the storytelling, interior design, experiential portion of the designs. I think it's a good mix. It's definitely made me a better builder in many ways. I look at things with respect to a point, but there's way too much history for me to know what to look for. No, everyone matters. Everyone has interesting perspectives. It doesn't necessarily mean that like we all are going to utilize each other's ideas all the time, but I enjoy hearing different perspectives and seeing different designs that aren't necessarily the way I would think through something. I think that's a very valid way of doing it. That high, and it would work. Did you build an island for all this, or like landscape for all this? Yes and no. So this area itself is the Misterberry Catacombs. So this is built directly over the Misterberry Catacombs, like mountain. But what I really loved about this area is that it was sort of, for a lack of a better way to describe it, a lonely mountain. It was just this cool... It was like, the majority of this is exactly how it was in the game. Now, it has changed a little bit, because since I started building here, they added a bunch of ruins and stuff to this area, so I think there's like ruins up there now and stuff. But in terms of like the early part of this game, closer to a little after the beta and like when they first released this into early access, this is exactly how this all looked. The only difference is I covered this to make it flat, because there's underneath here, there's the catacombs area. So like this is the top of the Misterberry Catacombs. And so I just wanted to create a slightly more level area for myself to work with. That was a little bit, gave me a little bit more space overall. And then outside of that, this was all flat. This is my terrain work. So you can essentially picture this whole thing was originally placed here. And my desire was to make this cathedral as if it was being ripped out of the ground, is sort of the story behind it. And so I took this, measured out a certain amount of blocks, and took the terrain and literally lifted it up and then carved it all out and made it into this like floating island. But a lot of this, like, I tried to keep it as similar as it was originally, because I just really liked this area. I liked this like protected crater. I really enjoyed this protective crater for like this cool little like completely protected city. I'm trying to think, Ludorev, what's the white city I keep? Is that a Regi? It's not a Regi. What is this place called in Lord of the Rings? Not a Region. Is it? I don't think of this freaking name. I keep forgetting it. But yeah, I found this image and just like fell in love with this concept. And when I found the Misterberry Catacombs, I was just like, this is this exact mountain, and I could build this perfect like white retaining wall with this massive castle coming out of it. Oh, it is? Okay. They just changed the look of it in the Rings of Power, because it doesn't look like it's up on a mountain like that. Yeah, it is completely covered in ruins now. So that was one thing that I didn't have to work with, because I've been building here for so long. But I think a lot of it is ruins. But the terrain I haven't messed with much. I kind of added to this to make this a little bit more prominent, but outside of that, I just ripped this out and everything's pretty much exactly as it originally was. Yeah, on the Misterberry Catacombs. building a village. I need to build a huge area soon and doing something more grand scale. I think it's a good challenge for this game. I think it's a lot of fun. I like to hear professionals debate, so I'll keep quiet. No, Reaper, don't ever feel like you can't talk. I think we all have interesting ideas. Like, I think people that don't necessarily have the same training and like education and experience that we have offer interesting perspectives that I wouldn't think of. Doesn't mean like my stuff is right just because I have an education in architecture. Like, it's a video game design. There's not like, it doesn't have to be anything. There's no right or wrong. Probably only be building for Warhammer. No, I missed quite a bit, but from a distance, the new wall design really complements both the main base and the cathedral. Yeah. This also informs what I want to do in the cathedral way better. And I think I'm just going to like almost carbon copy this onto the top here. And we'll change some designs, and I like the dark side and the light side on the top a little bit. But I think a lot of this is going to transfer over here, because this needs major updates with all the new items and stuff. It's so dated at this point. We have way too many new items to not continue messing. 40k is an inspiration for me. Yeah, it's a good one. A lot of cool things with that. Both are valid, and when they overlap, history is born. Yeah. Without multiple perspectives and stuff, it's so easy to get stuck in like our own styles, you know? Like, there's nothing right or wrong about one style or another. But if we all kind of have different perspectives and share them, and we all get to like kind of mess with ideas together, it just makes the builds more interesting in the long run. Something about building little cities is just so cool. Yeah, that's where this eventually is going to go. This could be everything outside of this area is all going to be... Essentially, there's going to be a house for every single NPC in the game. At some point. We're a long ways away. And I had even thought, like, there's these really cool, like... I don't necessarily know how we build to them quite yet, but there's these kind of cool, like, mountain... This, like, extends outwards with these cool little peninsula type things. And so I could really easily see some cool little like farming developments out on these things, because our build area goes like all the way around this whole thing. I have all these. It's been fun just building more. I played a lot of Valheim, and it's way better this game for me, in my opinion. First starting area so far, from filling it up and been doing farms. A lot of Valheim. Yeah, I would say I think Valheim's really cool, but I do think that this game does edge it out a little bit. I haven't done a ton of building in Enshrouded, so I can't really say a whole lot, but I think from what I've heard from people that play a lot of Valheim, that they sort of feel the same. Let's stick it up. Might have to change this to figure out. It's not the end of the world. Are you in creative, or did you farm all this stuff? I use resource worlds to get the materials. So I play... Sorry if I'm repeating myself from earlier today, but I play the majority of this game in survival, but then the way I build in terms of everything I'm building is stuff I've just gathered from resources. Speeds it all up, allows me to still make content on it without just wasting 100 hours gathering for endless amounts of time. It's been a really good mix. I enjoy the game itself, so I don't like going full creative necessarily, but there's also not creative in the game. Kong, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Great night. And we are on top of the Mistberry Catacomb. If you that brief. The fact that you can redirect water in this one is pretty... Yeah, the water is such a cool update. It's been so much fun messing with water. There's so many little water features that we've been toying with and having fun with. I got, like, that waterfall comes because the idea being that when this ripped out of the ground, it cracked this, so the little fountain up there is always leaking water down, and then that water goes into a crack, because I haven't necessarily built the crack out, but this is also going to be cracking away and kind of like separating from the rest of it. And so the idea being that the water falls down into the crack, and then it comes out of what this will eventually look more like a crack as well, and creates this like grotto effect. And then once we eventually get into here, we're going to build like a grotto in here as well. All types of water. We're messing with the fountains and stuff. We got a waterfall that's coming. There's a big pond up here, which has a waterfall that falls down. That is what's feeding this water source. And then the other water source is over here as well, where same sort of thing. These cracked and the water's falling out of the water fountain up there, and then they're coming down over this. Just having fun with it. Too much fun. Take a shot every time Simper says crack, right? You planning a village for NPCs along the area behind you? I know you meant building something for that, but I spaced. Yeah, this whole flat area, everything within here is going to be a village, like a town or a city of some kind. So it will be show off. This is my inspiration photo at the moment. I don't know, I found this on Pinterest and was just obsessed with this whole look. I think in some way, shape, or form, we're going to be creating this kind of vibe within the city itself. So it's tall buildings, short buildings, a mossy kind of overgrown look with cobble streets and sidewalks. Like, I very easily see this being built in Enshrouded. So I got super inspired by the idea of a city when I found that thing, and this felt like the perfect spot for it. And then we're going to do a museum and library build up here. So they'll be smaller than this, of course, but there'll be another big building here. There's going to be a massive white wall going around the entire edge of this thing. I have no clue how that's going to be built yet, so that's going to be an interesting project. And there'll probably be more like houses and villager kind of NPC places up in these hills as well. There's just so much room in this area that I really want. In a perfect world, we will cover every square inch of this thing. So the hope is that we probably do a little bit of terraforming and build out more houses up here and stuff. We'll have an alchemist tower. We'll have like all sorts of cool stuff. There's a lot of ideas running through my brains. We're just not quite there yet. I gotta finish some of this big stuff before we get into the city design. I don't need another project, but I thought it'd be cool to build the flying windmill island from the Gorillaz music video. That would be that'd be very, very cool. A bunch of tricks you have to learn. Wait, the building in Val is nice, but doesn't have as much freedom. It has a bunch of tricks you have to learn. Okay, yeah. This one has like, it doesn't have tricks. You just have to learn how everything kind of works together as you're kind of building things out. There's a lot of weird interactions that you wouldn't necessarily expect right off the bat. Too much crack for one neighborhood. I show that image, yeah. Boom. There you go. Your dog's giving the pouty face, cold shoulder, not even lying on the dog bed. He literally never lays on the dog bed. He's so spoiled. Such a big frickin' baby. In the best way. He's a 100-pound lap dog. He's such... it's funny, we have a... like a 10-pound miniature poodle Cavalier King Charles Spaniel mix. That was my wife's dog. That she'd gotten like six or 7 months or so before we started dating, and that little dog runs this house. Absolutely runs it. The big dog is dog's big. Absolutely. That works. That I could make work. A lot easier to fill that piece in than later. That starts much better. He's a purebred Bernese Mountain Dog. My experience with dogs, dog beds are just a recommendation. They really are. They absolutely are. Did I say that, Ducky? Dog uses my bed more than I do. Oh, 100%. He sleeps until I go to bed. He sleeps on our bed every night, and then as soon as I'm in bed, he decides to get off because he only likes laying in my spot. That or he's pouting right now like his life is horrible. Like he's just laying there. If he goes downstairs, he's just gonna go lay on the couch and do nothing. So it's like I don't feel too bad for him. He has a pampered, perfect little life. He can't complain. Something. Let's see. Okay. Starting to get somewhere. Ball. But I think pasta. I am contemplating. I really like my fountain design, but I also have been, as you can see, struggling to get it to work quite how I want it to work. So I think what we're gonna do next is potentially treat this side as if there's no fountain and do more of what your idea was, where I have the fountain like run off the sides, and we'll kind of compare the two visually to see what we like more. But we're kind of just playing around right now. Seeing what we can come up with. Oh, sting it. Isn't like you're giving other people attention. My barks if she isn't part of a conversation, right? Get back to the building. No, you're good. No, it's so funny. We have a 2.5-year-old, and Timber does not care at all if he doesn't want any of my attention. The second the 2-year-old like sits on my lap and we start talking, he is all up in my grill. He is like, how dare you talk to that thing? It hurts me all the time. It's not nice. I'm your baby. He's such a wimp. I love it. The siding you've done looks really good so far. I love building different ideas like that to see what looks better. Yeah. For me, it's like I just have to visually compare the two to really know. Wonder if what we're missing here. Turn this water off real quick. We should see. Oh, luckily our area mostly covered up, so that's rained most of the water out, not everything. Didn't horribly ruin. Yeah, for me that the comparison between the two sides is how I really start deciding what I like and don't like. It would be cool once you finish the bigger builds, then how everyone moves around. Wait. You then like think about how everyone moves around in between the important structures? Is that what you're saying? That inlay around the waterfall is phenomenal? Yeah, it's starting to come together. I'm also liking, like now the design is starting to get more interesting here. Level of... we may have to like arch this a little bit more, I think, to kind of keep this visual piece and figure out what the heck's happening here. But to do what? These are roof blocks. More interesting. Thinking we could fill this in with another crypt fence potentially and kind of mess. Just hide this thing somewhere back here. Keep that pattern going a little bit. That could look. Yeah. Once we finish the big structures, I tend to think like, okay, this is where I want a castle. It makes the most sense. Was a big like raised platform. I was like, there was a natural. What originally inspired me here is that there was the raised platform and this perfect little valley that just was like, it felt like where a Dwarven Fortress entrance type building needed to go with this large looming rock kind of over it. It just felt perfect for it. And then I was like, well, we have another flat kind of place up here. We should put another big building up there. And then from there, everything kind of with those big pieces put in place, now I can kind of begin, once these things are more fleshed out and stuff, that's when I start getting into like, okay, how do you move around these spaces? Where does like the main plaza go? Is it right in the center? Do we want to do it more off to the side? Where do each individual NPC building start and go? The city planning part is going to be an interesting ride for sure. Still working on Grounded 2 or waiting for the new update. I think he's doing a little of both. Gonna have to steal some of this roof detail stuff. Yeah, it's so interesting. And the other side of it is like each block interacts differently. They all have their own weird little interactions and stuff. So it's like you don't really know what you're messing with until you start messing with it. But I'm really liking the way this like starts working. Really interesting. It's a little convoluted to design with at first, but once you start getting the idea and like knowing how the things interact together, it works really well. Yeah, I saw you answer in a way. You guys were insane. Thank you guys also for helping. Little Meg. Yeah. Appreciate when you guys step in into that when I'm not able to. I'm gonna have to see. This might have to change to different blocks. Stealing is just a show of flattery. Oh, 100%. Just says steal, but there's really no stealing. The reason I show off all this stuff is so people can be inspired by the things I'm doing. Every time I do it, someone comes up with a new, ridiculous way to do what I'm doing. Which I always absolutely love seeing. Be difficult. Doesn't help I need to remove this thing. Crypt gate. Why the game doesn't allow you to remove things. Building like that. We could figure out how to get the gapping in here, right? I think this is starting to come together with the fountain and everything. Use the clay roof and fancy granite roof for detailing, but that's it. Yeah, this is honestly, as outside of the 10 pieces that are used on this, I don't think I have roofing anywhere. I have a little bit on one of these sides. Just because I was slowly testing like how to make the roof for this thing. So yeah, I've done, that's the ultimate amount of roof blocks that I've placed. Not something I've tested a whole lot out of. Let you know when I make your way better. Yes, please do. There is a lot to be learned. The more people that are experimenting with ideas, the easier the whole thing gets. For everyone. There was nothing better than when me and Luderav were just like going absolutely insane and just building so many different things. It was so fun. It was like the best peak Grounded 1 time for me was just Luderav comes up with an idea, I come up with an idea, he changes it, makes it better, I change it, make it better. It's like this like we keep stacking interesting concepts and different ways to do things on top of each other. It just was like, it made it so much fun. So challenge me as much as you'd like, Joe. It helps me get better. Seems like there's 50 people doing it. Yeah. Yeah, that's honestly the hardest part is now keeping up with everyone. Because now everyone's pushing cool ideas, and I'm like, I can't keep up with you guys right now. I'm trying to make content and stay on top of this stuff. I'm like, I'm falling behind. Everyone's getting so freaking good so fast at building. It's kind of insane. It's like once you get the community of people together doing it, it like really comes together. Took so long to get the photo of the railings. No, you're fine. I was just confused because I was like, is it fine stone railing? Is there regular stone railing? Are there, like, I don't know all the blocks in the game yet, or all the prop items, so it's like, I was just like, I don't know. I want a picture so I know exactly what I'm doing, because I'm going to use that idea at some time. Yeah, stacking bucks, exactly, Tamsy. You can keep up by just quitting your job and stop making vids. If I quit my job, I'd have to keep making vids. I have to make exponentially more videos. I'd have to do these base tour videos every single week without hesitation. And I'd have to make a lot more stuff. That's for sure. Just don't do anything. Yeah, I'll just give up. That's the path. You can't beat them, give up. All right. So now, holy cow, is it? It is not 11 right now. What? Time flies when you're having fun. And okay. All right, it's coming together now. It's not perfect. There's still things we have to do, but we are heading in the right direction. Yeah, unfortunately with the 2-year-old. Yeah, oh god, it's midnight. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock here. The bottom side of those railings that I use the railroad tracks for. That makes a lot of sense. They're a really cool block. They look really nice. Well, it took us 4 hours, but we finished half of this. Not even half. Like, this is like a third. But it is starting to look really, really good. So I'm really excited about this. And now I can start seeing, like, the vision of this up here. So it looks really, really excited. It's going to be really, really fun. This is the type of detail that gets me like super excited about building. I know it's really slow progress. That's why I tend to build a little bit of the stuff off stream and tend to do more of the testing like this, but I'm really liking how this is turning out. I love how I accidentally place these. I'm actually kind of obsessed with them. I wish it only came out of the center, but other than that, it looks... Might be able to fill it and make it work. The momentum short I made is my second most viewed short. Next 2/3. Yeah, once you do the first part, it does go a lot faster. This is also the testing portion of making the massive tower, which is going to make this go a lot faster. Good night, great stream. The look is getting there. Thank you, TMC. Catch you on the next one. We'll be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time as well, working on this more. So we will continue. I think the saying is, if you can't beat them, then just quit. It might be. I don't know. DoorDash is a solid strat, but drains your in-game currency. Yeah, that part is killer. That part really sucks. But I'm going to call it here. It is now past 11. My wife's going to be annoyed at me. So he's like, why are you streaming so late? You got to go to bed. But yes, so for all the new people here, if you're not part of the Discord, please join it. There's so many cool people building cool stuff, whether you enjoy Grounded 1, Grounded 2, Enshrouded. We have Minecraft chats in there. Like, there's lots of people building cool stuff. It was, yeah, nice try, Lude. It was a good effort. But yeah, there's a really cool building community that feels like it's growing more and more every day. Great place for people to check ideas, bounce ideas off of each other. I'm in there all the time, but as you can see, there's a lot of really, really talented builders in there. So it's a great place if you want to post your ideas and get feedback. Everyone there is super helpful, loves kind of helping push through ideas and help with new perspectives and stuff. Everyone's super supportive and everything. So it's been a really cool spot to have for the community to kind of gather. But other than that, thank you guys. Appreciate everyone. Make sure you like and subscribe on the YouTube. Follow me on Twitch. Helps out the channel a ton. We will be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Just doing more of this, more BSing, chatting about randomness, builds, ideas, concepts, architecture, life, dogs, whatever it is, and building as we do it. So appreciate everyone hanging out with me tonight. I couldn't make it happen without you guys hanging out with me every night. So you guys are what makes this keep going. So thank you. Can't thank you guys enough. And other than that, I will catch everybody tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night and a good start to your days tomorrow as well. Peace.